190 ways to play chess. Unless otherwise stated, the normal rules of chess apply to all of the following chess variants. 3-man chess. The object of the game is to checkmate both opponents' kings. Set up the pieces along the 2 outside rows of the board with each player's pieces set up in between the green lines. Ensure that all the kings are placed on the white spaces. White goes first, then play proceeds clockwise with gray, then black. The center of the board may only be passed through. It is not a space that can be occupied. Pieces may move straight through the center to the other side. The adjoining vertical squares through the center maintain the same color. The knight will also retain the same color if it moves through the center. To move a piece diagonally through the center, follow the trajectory lines out from the square to the other side. You can capture pieces on the other side of the center or move through it following the line. When a piece follows a diagonal trajectory line to the outer row of the board, that piece may not turn the corner and continue moving in one consecutive move. It must wait until the next turn before it can continue the trajectory. Pieces may move vertical across spaces and through the center, or horizontally around the board on the same row. When moving a knight through the center, do not follow the trajectory lines. Whenever you move a knight, the knight must move 2 squares vertically, then 1 square horizontally, or 1 square vertically, then 2 squares horizontally. This process of movement is necessary to maintain when dealing with moats. The thick green lines that border each team on the outer row are called moats. No piece can check an opponent's king through a moat, no matter what. No piece may travel across a moat, horizontally or diagonally, unless the moat is bridged. A piece may momentarily bridge a moat if its move across the moat doesn't result in the capture of a piece or puts an opponent's king in check. But if a player is eliminated, then both of its moats are permanently bridged for all pieces. Also, once an active player vacates their outer row of all of their pieces, even if they bring them back later, then their moats are also permanently bridged. If either configuration of a knight's move would carry it horizontally across a moat without that knight being able to bridge the moat, then that move is illegal and may not be done. The thinner green lines above the moats that run for 2 spaces are called creeks. Pawns may not capture across a creek on their own side of the board. They must advance to the space beyond the end of the creek first, on the 4th row from the outside, before they can capture in that direction. Once a pawn crosses the center, it no longer observes creeks. A team's checkmate status is not finalized until it is their turn, unless their king is captured. If a king's position is so unfortunate whereas the next team's move creates a check by the following team, then that following team may capture that king if they wish. If they do, they are then considered checkmated. When a player is checkmated, that player is eliminated from the game, but all their pieces remain on the board. These pieces do not move, they cannot check a king, and you may not pass a piece through them. If you wish to occupy a space with an eliminated player's piece on it, then you must capture that piece. If a player cannot make a legal move, called a stalemate, and 3 players are still in, then that player is considered checkmated and eliminated from the game. If there are only 2 players during a stalemate, then the game is a draw. Otherwise, the game continues until only 1 player remains. Then, that player is the winner. Also, if you checkmate both opponents simultaneously, then you win. Strato chess. The board is made up of 3 planes, each identically oriented on top of the other. Set up the pieces for one color on the bottom plane and the other opposing it on the top plane. All pieces have their regular movement in addition to being able to move vertically up and down the planes. Pawns may move one space vertically up or down a plane in addition to their forward movement if you want, retaining the same relative location on the new plane. A pawn may only move one vertical plane the first time it moves, even if it moves 2 spaces forward. Knights can move vertically 1 or 2 planes in addition to their normal movement. Simply transfer their relative location to the new plane. Bishops can move diagonally up or down a plane in a single move. For each vertical plane movement, move the bishop 1 diagonal space in a straight line. You may not move the bishop vertically up and down in a single move to navigate around other pieces, nor may you move horizontally after completing your vertical move. The rook may move vertically up or down to any plane in the same relative position. The rook may not move vertically, then horizontally in a single move. The queen has the same vertical plane movement as both the rook and the bishop combined. The king may move vertically up or down one plane in the same relative position. Only the king's first move of the game may it move vertically up or down a plane and horizontally one space. No piece may capture another piece when performing a vertical plane movement. No piece may perform a vertical plane movement if their path is obstructed. The path is obstructed when the destination space or the travel space plane is occupied. The very first time in a game that each piece is moved, that piece must change at least one plane. However, the king and rook are allowed to castle on the same plane, or they may both move together up or down one plane. Also, if your king is in check, then you may move pieces on the same plane to capture or block the check, even if it is that piece's first move of the game. You are only allowed to capture pieces on the same plane. Thus, you may only have a check and checkmate if all the pieces used for the attack are on the same plane. However, remember, a king can move across planes, so having pieces on other planes will be necessary to ensure checkmate. Pawns get a promotion on the farthest row of any plane. Tic Tac check. The object of this 2-player game is to be the first player to get their 4 pieces in a row horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Lay out the board between the 2 players. You can also play this game with a regular-sized chessboard by marking off a 4x4 area. Each player picks a color and takes the matching colored pieces. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. During the first 3 rounds of the game, players take turns placing any piece on any empty space on the board. After each player has 3 pieces on the board, you are then allowed to move a piece instead of placing a new one. All pieces move as they do in regular chess. The only difference is that when a pawn reaches either side of the board, it reverses direction. Captured pieces are removed from the board and returned to their owner and may be placed again immediately or on any future turn on any open space. You may not capture by placing a piece on the board. The first player to get 4 of their pieces in a row horizontally, vertically, or diagonally wins. Solitaire chess. The object of this single-player puzzle game is to capture all the pieces on the card until only one piece remains. Choose a challenge card from the book and place it on the table. Place pieces on their matching icons. The icons are king, queen, bishop, knight, rook, pawn. Now you must move the chess pieces in a way that every move results in a captured piece. All the pieces have their normal chess moves and are all the same color. Since pieces must end in a capture, you will never be able to move a pawn forward, but rather may only capture diagonally with them. If a pawn reaches the top rank, they do not get promoted. Also, there is no check rule for the king, and, by design, every challenge that includes a king will end with the king as the last piece remaining. If you are left with 2 or more pieces and are unable to keep the capture streak going, then you lose and must reset the board and try again. When there is only 1 piece remaining, you win. Time to try your hand at the next puzzle. If you get stuck, you can reference the back of the rulebook sheet for the solutions. Laser chess. The object of the game is to be the first player to hit your opponent's king with the laser. Lay out the board between the 2 players, with the notched corner spot located in the bottom right of each player. The types of pieces are as follows: laser, deflector, defender, switch, and king. Each player picks a color and arranges their pieces on the board as indicated by the setups found on page 10 of the rulebook seen here. Beginners should begin with the ace configuration, then advance to Curiosity, Grail, Mercury, and Sophie. Once you've mastered the game, you can invent your own starting positions. The blue-white player goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must perform one of 3 actions. Option 1. You must move one of your pieces 1 space in any direction, including diagonally. The destination space may not be occupied unless the piece being moved is the switch. The switch is allowed to switch positions with a defender or deflector piece of either color that is adjacent to it. A switch may not switch places with the king, laser, or another switch. The laser may not be moved. When a piece moves or is switched, all pieces moved retain their original orientation and may not be rotated. The board has red and white helix symbols along the edges. No player may move a piece onto a space that has their opponent's helix color. Option 2. Instead of moving, you may rotate 1 piece 90 degrees in either direction. Option 3. You may rotate the laser to point in its alternative direction. The laser may only point up a column or across a row. Once you move or rotate, then you must fire the laser by pressing the button on its top. Whatever piece lights up, if any, by the laser hitting its non-mirrored side, that piece, regardless of who controls it, is removed from the board and may not be used for the remainder of the game. The defender will not light up when hit from the shielded side, which can be used to block a laser. The switch has mirrors on both sides and can never light up, and therefore it will never be removed from the board. The deflector has a mirror on one side, and it can only be lit up from the non-mirrored sides. The laser can never be removed from the game. The laser is only fired once per turn. You may not test fire the laser mid-turn while deciding a move. Once a piece is moved, the move cannot be taken back, and the laser must be fired. When either laser beam lands on a king token, that king is removed and the game is over. The player with the remaining king wins. If you are in a situation where the same pieces of the same colors occupy the same spaces in the same orientations 3 times in the same game, then the player making the next move may declare a stalemate if they want. If they do, then the game ends in a draw. All Queen's Chess. The object of this 2-player game is to be the first player to get 4 of your queens in a straight line horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Each player picks a color, lay out the board, and place the red queens on the black spaces and the black queens on the red spaces. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move one of your queens any number of spaces in a straight line in any direction. You may not capture another piece. You may not jump over other pieces. Pieces may not share spaces, and you may not push a piece to another space. Once the game begins, the spaces with crowns are considered normal spaces and can be used by any player. The first player to get 4 of their queens in a row horizontally, vertically, or diagonally wins. Infinite chess. Lay out the board and set up the pieces on opposing ends of the infinity loops. From the center out, the rear rank pieces are arranged in this order: rook, knight, bishop, then queen and king, with the queen on its matching color. Place pawns surrounding these pieces. Each side of the board will be offset from the other so that white uses the spaces up from the center and black uses the spaces down from the center as shown. Even though some of the spaces are bigger, only one piece is allowed to occupy a space at a time. Each space, no matter how big, still only counts as a single space when moving pieces. All pieces move the same as regular chess with these added distinctions. No piece may jump any gap in the board. Pawns always move toward their enemy's side of the board. When a pawn is in the center grid, it may change directions to enter the enemy's loop from either direction. A pawn is not allowed to capture backwards towards its own loop. Pawns are promoted when they move to any of the enemy's rear rank starting positions. The bishop may only move in one diagonal direction per move. It must continue traveling through the opposite corner of the space it entered. It may not change directions if it runs into an inside or outside edge. The inside corners of the board of each infinity loop are connected, and pieces can travel diagonally across them. The rook can move in one lateral direction per move. You are allowed to castle by moving your king towards the rook 2 spaces and the rook to the opposite side of the king. Queens utilize the same movement distinction of the rook and bishop combined. Fisher Random, also known as Chess 960, during setup place the pawns in their regular positions, but randomize the back row of one side with the following restrictions. The king goes between the 2 rooks. The bishops are placed on opposite color squares. Mirror this setup for the opposing player. A player may castle once per game under the normal chess rules by moving the king and rook to the same spaces they would go to in normal chess. In order to castle, all the spaces in the castle must be vacant and clear from check, no matter the distance. You must always use the rook that started the game closest to the side you wish to castle. When castling kingside, move the king to the G file and the rook to the F file. When castling queenside, move the king to the C file and the rook to the D file. Circe chess. Captured pieces are returned to their starting positions as soon as they are captured, called a rebirth, and may be immediately used again. Pawns return to the start position on the same file they are captured on. A captured promoted pawn is treated as that promoted piece and not as a pawn. Rooks, knights, and bishops return to the starting square, which is the same color as the square they are captured on. If the returned space of the rebirth is occupied, either by a friendly or enemy piece, then the captured piece is removed from the board for the rest of the game. If a pawn captures via en passant, it would be immediately in front of the reborn opponent's pawn, thus preventing either pawn from moving. King of the Hill chess, also known as Koth, you can win the game by moving your king to one of the 4 center spaces on the board: d4, e4, d5, or e5. The first player to move their king to one of these spaces wins. However, a king may not move into check in the middle to win, and you can still win the game by a regular checkmate. How to play chess with your children. When playing chess with really young people, like your children, here is something you can do to handicap yourself to get down to an even playing field so that both you and your child can play at maximum capacity. During the setup of the game, only place out your pawns and king while your child places out all of their pieces. You must now play the game with only those pieces. Once your child can beat you with that setup, then you slowly add in pieces with higher values. For example, the next game you add in a knight, then the next game a bishop, and so on, ending with the queen as the last piece. This can be a great way to keep the game challenging for you as an adult while also giving your child a fighting chance. Not to mention the satisfaction they will get when you place your queen on the board because their skill level now matches or exceeds that of your own. Losing chess, also called suicide chess, anti-chess, and giveaway. The object of the game is to be the first player to lose all their pieces. If a capture is available to you, you must take it. If you have multiple captures available to you, then you pick which one to take. There is no check or checkmate. The king may be captured like any other piece and may expose itself to capture. You are not allowed to castle, and a pawn is allowed to promote to a king. If the game ends in a stalemate because a player has no legal moves, then that player wins. The game is a draw if the players agree, you reach the 50-move rule, move repetition, or it is impossible for someone to win. 3 check chess. The object of the game is to check your opponent's king a total of 3 times. The first player to check their opponent 3 times wins. Progressive chess. Players alternatively make a sequence of moves of increasing number. White makes 1 move, black makes 2 moves, white makes 3 moves, black makes 4 moves, and so on. Each sequence of moves must be completed. Failure to complete your sequence of moves is a stalemate. In Italian progressive chess, a check can only be given on the last move of a completed sequence. Checking an opponent's king before the last move of a sequence results in a loss of game. In Scottish progressive chess, check can be given on any move in the sequence, but once it is given, the sequence ends and the next player begins their turn with as many moves as they would have had the other player played their full sequence. If you are in check, you are only allowed the first move of your sequence to escape capture. If you are unable to escape check in the first move, then you lose. En passant is only allowed on the first move of a sequence. If 10 consecutive turns are played with no captures and no pawns being moved, then the game is a draw. You can also play with the English progressive chess variant, where you follow the same rules as the Scottish, with the additional rule that pieces move in democratic cycles, meaning each mobile piece must move once before it can move twice, and each mobile piece must move twice before it can move 3 times, and so on. If a blocked piece, like a rook, becomes mobile in a later cycle, it may not make up for lost moves. A just promoted piece is considered having moved. Castling counts as having moved both the king and rook. Kung Fu chess. There are no turns. Any player may move any of their available pieces at any time. However, only one piece may be moved at a time. Once a piece is moved, it must wait briefly before it can be moved again. It is highly recommended to play this variant on a computer. Jungle chess, also called animal chess. The object of the game is to move any one of your animals into your opponent's den, which can also be called their base. Lay out the board, and each player picks a color and places their animal pieces on their matching start positions on their side of the board. Pick one player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move one piece, then your opponent goes. All pieces move 1 square in any direction except diagonally. Pieces may not jump over other pieces nor share the same space. Each animal has a different power ranking, from mouse at rank 1 to elephant at rank 8. Pieces may capture all other pieces of equal or lower rank by moving and landing onto that piece, except an elephant may not capture a mouse, while the mouse may capture the elephant. Also, you are allowed to capture your opponent's piece that is higher in rank if that piece is on one of your traps on your side of the board. Captured pieces are removed from the board and may not be used for the remainder of the game. The mouse is the only animal that is allowed to move onto a water space. Some boards break up the water spaces into multiple spaces while others do not. For the purpose of this video, I will be counting the water as 2 spaces. A mouse may not capture from water to land or from land to water. A mouse may capture another mouse if they are both in the water. Both the lion and the tiger may jump over the water horizontally or vertically, capturing any piece that might be there. They may not jump, however, if there is any player's mouse in the way. You may not move any of your own pieces into your own den. The first player to move one of their animals into their opponent's den wins. Crazyhouse chess. When you capture an opponent's piece, it is placed in your pool of pieces. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you can drop a piece from your pool on any empty space on the board. Pieces may not be dropped on occupied spaces, but you are allowed to drop a piece to give check or checkmate. Pawns may not be dropped on the 1st or 8th ranks. 4-player chess teams, the object of the game is to checkmate one of your opponent's kings. Divide into 2 teams and place your pieces across from your teammate, with everyone's queen on the black spaces. Pick a player to go first, then play proceeds clockwise. You are not allowed to move any of your teammates' pieces. You are not allowed to capture your teammates' pieces. Your pieces do not and cannot cause a check to your teammate. Your pawns are promoted on the 11th row from your side of the board, or if it reaches the back row of an opponent's side of the board. En passant is not allowed. Checkmate and stalemate are only determined once the player being threatened has had a turn and a chance to respond to the threat, thus giving their teammate a chance to rescue them. Before the game begins, decide if you want to allow table talk and strategy between teammates. The first team to checkmate one of their opponents wins. 4-player chess, free-for-all, there are 2 main ways to play. The first is that the objective of the game is to be the last player standing, while the second is to play for points. Set up the board with each player's queen on the black spaces. Pick a player to go first, then play proceeds clockwise. Players are not allowed to table talk strategy, nor are they allowed to team up or form alliances. Your pawns are promoted to queens when they reach the 8th row from your side of the board. En passant is not allowed. Checkmate and stalemate are only determined once the player being threatened has had a turn and a chance to respond to the threat. When a player is checkmated, that player is eliminated from the game, but all their pieces remain on the board. These pieces do not move, they cannot check a king, and you may not pass a piece through them. If you wish to occupy a space with an eliminated player's piece on it, then you must capture that piece. If a player is stalemated, then they are eliminated from the game unless there are only 2 players left. Then the game ends in a draw between those 2 players. The game ends when 3 players are eliminated and the last player remaining wins. If you are playing for points, points are earned in the following way. Checkmating an opponent is worth 20 points. Stalemating yourself is 20. Stalemating an opponent gives 10 points to each player still in the game. Checking more than 1 king simultaneously with your queen gives 1 point if it's 2 kings, and 5 points for 3. Checking more than 1 king simultaneously with a piece other than a queen gives you 5 points for 2 kings, and 20 for 3. Capturing active pieces gives you 1 point for a pawn, or promoted pawn, 3 for a knight, 5 for a bishop, 5 for a rook, and 9 for a queen.
Eliminated players' pieces remain on the board, but if you capture those pieces, you do not get any points for them.
When there is only one player left, or when the remaining players are stalemated, then the game ends and the player with the most points wins.
Racing King's Chess.
The object of the game is to be the first player to get your king to the opposite side of the board. Lay out the board and arrange the pieces on the same side like shown. White goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move one piece, then your opponent goes. Kings may never be in check. You may not move a piece to check your opponent's king, and you may not capture a piece if it results in check. Kings are still not allowed to move into check, so any threatened spaces will prevent your king from advancing to them. The first player to get their king to the 8th row wins. However, to accommodate for White's first turn advantage, if Black is able to get their king to the 8th row immediately after White does, then the game ends in a draw. Monster Chess, also called Super King Chess, the object of the game is to checkmate your opponent's king. Set up White with only 4 pawns in the center of the 2nd row, and the king as the only piece on its normal space on the 1st row. Set up Black like you normally would. White must take 2 consecutive moves on their turn, while Black only gets the traditional one. White may move the same piece twice, or may move 2 separate pieces. The White king may move into check on its first move so long as it moves out of check on the 2nd move. This makes it possible for the White king to capture Black's king. Black's king is in check if it could be captured on White's next turn within White's 2 moves. For example, a White pawn in this position has a check on Black because on White's next turn, if Black doesn't remove the threat, then White will capture Black's king. Black is not allowed to put the White king in check in response to Black being in a 2-move check. If Black moves their king out of check, Black must still consider what other 2 moves White can do so as to find a safe space. White checkmates Black when, no matter where Black moves, White will always be able to take Black's king by making 2 consecutive moves. Pawns are still promoted the same way as in regular chess, and en passant still applies. The first player to checkmate their opponent's king wins. Dice Chess. Give each player 2 chess dice. Normal dice can be used instead by assigning pieces to the numbers as so. 1 is pawn, 2 is knight, 3 is bishop, 4 is rook, 5 is queen, and 6 is king. On your turn, you roll both dice. Then, pick one of your pieces to move as indicated by one of the dice rolled. You may not move a piece if you didn't roll it. If you roll doubles, then you choose any one of your pieces to move. If you have no legal move for either dice rolled, then you lose your turn without moving and your opponent goes. You may castle under the normal conditions if you roll a rook, king, or doubles. You may only use en passant if you roll a pawn or doubles the very next turn when the first opportunity for the en passant capture arises. If you don't, you may not use the en passant on a later turn. When you are in check, you may only move pieces rolled that allow you to handle getting out of check. If your roll is unable to do that, then you lose your turn, but you do not automatically lose the game. However, you will lose the game if your opponent rolls the appropriate pieces needed to capture your king. Then they are allowed to capture it and win. If they fail to do so, then you are allowed to try and roll again to escape check. The first player to capture their opponent's king or to position their pieces into checkmate immediately wins. Dice Chess, single die variant. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. There is no check or checkmate. Give each player 1 chess die. A normal die can be used by assigning pieces to the numbers as so. 1 is pawn, 2 is knight, 3 is bishop, 4 is rook, 5 is queen, and 6 is king. On your turn, roll the die, then pick one of your pieces to move as indicated by the die rolled. If you are unable to move the piece rolled, you can play with one of 3 options. Option 1. Your turn ends without you moving a piece and your opponent goes. Option 2. You re-roll until you have a legal move. Option 3. You move a pawn. Decide which option you will play with before beginning the game. To promote a pawn, you are allowed to use the die symbol of the piece you are promoting the pawn to for its final movement. For example, if you rolled a bishop, you may move a pawn on the 7th row to the 8th and promote it to a bishop. But you would not be allowed to promote it to a queen. You may only use en passant if you roll a pawn the very next turn when the first opportunity for the en passant capture arises. If you don't, you may not use en passant on a later turn. Because there is no check or checkmate, you are allowed to move your king into a threatened space. You are allowed to castle by rolling a king or rook, even if your king is threatened. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Dice chess, 3 dice variant. On your turn, you roll 3 dice instead of 2. Then, you get to perform moves from all 3 of the dice rolled in one turn if you have the legal moves available. The moves may be taken in any order you want, but each die may only be used once. If you have multiple dice of the same piece, you may move the same piece multiple times if you like. There is no benefit for rolling doubles or triples. Another way to play is for each player to secretly roll their 3 dice and keep them hidden from each other. Then, as players alternate taking turns, each player reveals a single die they wish to use on their turn to move one of their corresponding pieces. If you are unable to use a die rolled when you reveal it, then your turn ends. You may not change the roll of the dice, and once each player has used all 3 of their dice, they both simultaneously re-roll and repeat the process. The first player to checkmate or capture their opponent's king wins. Bughouse chess. The object of this 4-player chess game is to be the first team to checkmate either opponent. Lay out 2 chessboards side by side and set up the pieces normally on each board with opposite colors next to each other. 4 players divide into 2 teams. Teammates sit next to each other with one teammate controlling the white pieces and the other controlling black. Each board's game runs independently from the other board. Each teammate has one opponent who is directly across from them. Players are allowed to talk to their teammate with strategy or moves, but they may not touch a piece on the other board, nor may they change seats to swap which board they are playing on. When you capture a piece, you immediately add that piece to your teammate's pool. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you may add a piece from your pool to any empty space on the board. This is called dropping a piece. You are allowed to drop a piece into check or checkmate, but you may not drop a pawn on the 1st or 8th rows. Dropped pawns may promote as normal, but when a promoted pawn is captured, it is converted back to a pawn when added to their teammate's pool. If you drop a pawn on the 2nd row, it is allowed to perform the 2-step move on its first move. All pieces in your pool must remain on the table in front of the board, visible at all times. To prevent a player from stalling by not playing, Bughouse is typically played with chess clocks, with each board using its own clock. If you don't have a chess clock, then players are not allowed to delay their move beyond the time it takes their teammate to make 3 moves. If they do, then they lose the game. The first team to checkmate a king on either board wins. If both boards are checkmated simultaneously, then the match ends in a draw. Also, a team wins if an opponent on either board resigns or makes an illegal move. Stalemates on either board result in a draw. Chessplus. Each piece, except for the king, is designed to be able to combine with any other piece. To combine pieces, on your turn, for your move, you are allowed to join your own pieces together by moving them onto the same space. Only 2 pieces may be combined at a time, and you are not allowed to combine your pieces with your opponent's pieces. A piece may travel any legal distance to combine, but a piece may not pass through other pieces. You are allowed to combine the same types of pieces if you want. A king may never be combined with another piece. Combined pieces may move as a single piece with the movement power of either piece. For example, if you combine a rook and a bishop, the combined piece can move either like a rook or a bishop. You are allowed to split pieces by only moving one of the combined pieces away with that piece's normal movement. Any distance is legal. You may combine a piece from a split in the same move. You are not allowed to split a piece and have it move with the other piece's ability. When you split a bishop, that bishop is confined to whatever color it currently is on, regardless of the color that bishop began the game on. There is no limit to the number of times you can combine or split, and you may begin combining on your very first turn. Individual pieces, combined pieces, and splitting pieces may move to capture any other piece like normal. When you capture an opponent's combined piece, both of their joined pieces are removed from the board. If a combined piece containing a pawn makes it to the far side of the board, both joined pieces are removed from the board and promoted to a single queen. If you split a pawn from a combination to get promoted, only the pawn is removed from the board. You are not allowed to en passant a combined piece that contains a pawn unless the joined pieces are both pawns. You are allowed to castle with a combined rook so long as that rook hasn't moved yet, and you follow all the other normal rules for castling. If your pawns move to any of your starting pawn spaces, it regains its ability to perform the initial 2-step move. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Hostage chess. Each player has a prison on the right side of their board and an airfield on the left. Whenever you capture a piece, you place that piece in your prison. On your turn, instead of making a normal move, you may perform a hostage exchange. Transfer one of your prisoners to your opponent's airfield to take an appropriate piece from their prison and place that piece on an empty space on the board. This is called dropping a piece. The piece transferred must be of equal or greater value than the piece released from prison. The relative piece values are: queen is the highest, followed by rook, then bishop and knight are of the same level, with pawn at the lowest level. A hostage exchange may not be refused by your opponent. After you drop the released prisoner, your turn ends. On your turn, instead of moving, you may drop any piece that is in your airfield. You may drop pieces to any empty space on the board. You may drop a piece to give check or checkmate. You may not drop a pawn on the first or last row. If you drop a pawn on the second row, that pawn is allowed the 2-step move option. You may not use en passant when a pawn is dropped. Your pawns may only be promoted to pieces higher than the pawn if that piece is available in your opponent's prison. You pick which piece to promote to and replace that pawn with that piece in your opponent's prison. Captured promoted pieces are placed in the prison and treated as that piece. If there are no pieces available to promote to, then the pawn may not advance to the 8th row. Furthermore, if your opponent's king is diagonally in front of the pawn and there are no available pieces to promote to, then the king is not in check as the pawn is unable to advance to the 8th row. However, your opponent would also not be allowed to capture any piece that your pawn could promote to, as that would immediately put the player in self-check. A dropped rook on a rook starting space may be used in castling so long as all the normal castling requirements are followed.
You may drop a bishop on either color.
The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Circular chess. Lay out the board. From the center out, set up with king and queen, with the queen on her matching color, bishops, knights, then rooks. Place pawns on both columns to either side. Directly opposite the board, mirror this setup for black. Pieces may not travel into or through the center circle of the board. Pawns move around the board towards their opponent, capturing at the corners while still progressing towards the enemy's major pieces. Pawns are promoted when they move to any of the enemy's rear rank starting positions. The en passant rule is allowed like normal. Diagonal movement travels through the opposite corner of the space the piece entered. Diagonal movement may not bounce off the inside or outside edge of the board. Horizontal and vertical movement continues through the opposite lateral edge of the space the piece entered. Queens and rooks, if unobstructed, may move any number of spaces around a ring. However, you are not allowed to make a move that causes the piece to end on the same space where that move started. You are not allowed to castle. Knights move the same way as they do in normal chess. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Identity theft chess, also called mind control chess or trader's chess. Whenever a pawn captures a piece that isn't a pawn, it must promote to that piece immediately. You are not required to capture an opponent's piece with your pawn if you don't want to, but if you do capture it, you must promote your pawn to that piece. To do so, remove your pawn from the board and flip the opponent's disc to your color. If you aren't playing with double-sided chess discs, feel free to use normal chess pieces from another set if you don't have the available material. The promoted piece is treated as it normally would under your control. If your pawn captures a pawn, your pawn is still allowed to promote upon capturing another piece later. En passant is still used like normal. If a pawn reaches the farthest row by moving or capturing a piece, it may promote to any piece. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Glinski's hexagonal chess. Lay out the board and arrange the pieces like so,
with one extra pawn and bishop for each side.
Make sure the kings line up across from each other. A rook can move any number of spaces in a straight line from any adjacent space. You are not allowed to castle. The bishop can move diagonally along the apex lines any number of spaces. Diagonal movement is used by following the line from an apex of the piece's current space to the next space. The queen combines the moves of the rook and bishop. Kings may move to any adjacent space or one diagonal space. The knight moves normal in an L shape along adjacent spaces. The pawn moves forward only and captures to the top adjacent spaces. A pawn may not capture diagonally. Pawns still have the initial two-step move option. If one of your pawns captures a piece and occupies a friendly pawn's starting square, it regains its initial two-step move option. The en passant rule is allowed like normal. Pawns promote when they arrive on one of the 11 opposite-most hexes of the board. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Dragonfly chess, also called shuttle chess or bird chess. This game is played on a 7x7 board that you can buy or use paper to cover the spaces of a regularly sized chessboard. Set up white's pawns on your second row. The first row setup goes rook, bishop, bishop, king, knight, knight, rook. There are no queens. Mirror this setup with black's pieces. When you capture an opponent's bishop, knight, or rook, it is placed in your pool of pieces. Captured pawns do not go in your pool, but instead are removed from the game. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you can drop a piece from your pool on any empty space on the board. Pieces may not be dropped on occupied spaces, but you are allowed to drop a piece to give check or checkmate. Pawns are not allowed to use their initial double-step move. En passant is therefore not possible. When you move a pawn to the furthest row, you may promote that pawn to any piece in your opponent's pool, removing that piece from their pool. If there are no pieces available to promote to, then the pawn may not advance to the furthest row. Furthermore, if your opponent's king is diagonally in front of the pawn, and there are no available pieces to promote to, then the king is not in check, as the pawn is unable to advance to the 7th row. However, your opponent would also not be allowed to capture any piece that your pawn could promote to, as that would immediately put the player in self-check. Castling is allowed under the normal conditions, with the king shifting over 2 squares in either direction and the rook moved over to the other side of it. You may not castle with a dropped rook. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Atomic chess. The object of the game is to checkmate or blow up the enemy king. Whenever a piece is captured, a 3x3 explosion on the captured space occurs. This explosion removes all pieces in its range except for pawns, including the capturing piece. If you blow up your opponent's king, you immediately win. The ability to blow up the enemy's king is considered the same as blocking a check or capturing the attacking piece in regular chess. A player, therefore, is allowed to escape what would be checkmate in regular chess by blowing up the enemy king. Because the piece performing a capture is also blown up, kings are not allowed to capture. This allows situations where unprotected pieces can deliver checkmate. You are not allowed to blow up both kings simultaneously. You are allowed to move your king into check so long as your king lands on a space next to your opponent's king. Any situation where one player's king is forever next to their opponent's king results in a draw. Pawns can only be removed from the board when they are directly involved in a capture. For en passant, the explosion happens around the space where the capturing pawn lands. Shafran's chess. Lay out the board and arrange the pawns on the 2nd row. On the 1st row, from left to right, set up rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, bishop, knight, bishop, rook. Take note that the sides are not mirrored and that each player has 1 extra pawn and 1 extra bishop. A rook can move any number of spaces in a straight line from any adjacent space. The bishop can move diagonally along the apex lines any number of spaces. Diagonal movement is determined by following the line from an apex of the piece's current space to the next space. The queen combines the moves of the rook and bishop. Kings may move 1 space to any adjacent space or diagonal space. Castling is allowed under the normal conditions of chess. If you castle kingside, the king moves 2 spaces towards the rook, then the rook moves to the other side. If you castle queenside, then the king moves 3 spaces towards the rook, then the rook moves to the other side. The knight moves the same as regular chess along adjacent spaces. The pawn can only move 1 space forward, and they can capture 1 space diagonally through an apex. A pawn is allowed to move to the center of the board on its first turn if it chooses. This allows some pawns a 3-step initial move option, some a 2-step, and others a single step. En passant is allowed on pawns that make any multi-step move where they avoid a space where they could have been captured. Pawns promote when they arrive on one of the 9 opposite-most hexes on the board. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Checkless chess, also called prohibition chess, you are not allowed to check a king unless it results in checkmate. You may not capture a piece if the capture results in checking a king.
You may not move a piece if it results in checking a king. Checkmate can occur in unique ways using this rule. For example, if black moves their queen here, under normal conditions, it would just be a check. However, because the response to this move would mean that white's rook would check black's king, then that means that white is unable to capture black's queen. So, in this variant, black's queen isn't moving to a position of check, but actually checkmate, because white does not have a legal move it can respond with. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Knightmate chess. The object of the game is to checkmate your opponent's knight. In this variant, the role of king and knight are switched. Place kings where the knights normally start, and a knight where the king normally starts. The knight moves like a knight, except that it may not move into check, and it must escape check as if it were a king. Kings do not get checked. They move like a normal king, but the check rule doesn't apply to them. Kings can be captured like any other piece. Pawns are allowed to promote to a king if you wish, but they may not promote to a knight. You are allowed to castle with the knight using the exact same rules as normal chess. The first player to checkmate their opponent's knight wins. Shatranj chess. Set up the board with elephants instead of bishops, and a counselor instead of a queen. Place the king on the D column and the counselor on the E. The elephant moves 2 spaces diagonally, capturing any piece it lands on, and jumping over the space in between. The counselor moves exactly 1 space diagonally. The rook is technically called a chariot, but has the same movements as a rook. Castling is not allowed. The knight is technically called a horse, but has the same movements as a knight. And the pawn is technically called a soldier, but it has the same movements as a pawn. Pawns are not allowed the first 2-step option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. When a pawn reaches the opposite side of the board, it must promote to a counselor. If you stalemate your opponent, you win. When your king becomes your last piece, you have 1 turn to capture your opponent's second to last piece. If you can't, then you lose the game. If you can, then the game is a draw. The first player to checkmate or stalemate their opponent wins. Chinese chess. The object of the game is to get your opponent's general in a position where it is left with no option but to be captured in the next move. This is called a checkmate. Lay out the board, and each player picks a color and places their pieces on the intersecting lines as shown. Take note that the symbols for each color are slightly different. On each side of the board, against the back edge, is a 3x3 area with an X shape that is called the palace. In the center of the board, dividing the 2 opposing sides, is the river. Pieces may cross the river unless their movement says otherwise. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move 1 piece, then your opponent goes. Pieces can capture opponent's pieces by using their normal moves and landing on a point occupied by an enemy piece. Captured pieces are removed from the game and may no longer be used. The general may move only 1 point either vertically or horizontally, but not diagonally, and is confined to the 9 points within the palace. Also, a general may not move into a column which is occupied by the enemy general unless there is at least 1 piece positioned in between. The guard moves 1 point diagonally and is confined to the palace. The elephant moves exactly 2 points in any diagonal direction and may not jump over intervening pieces or cross the river. The horse moves 1 point horizontally or vertically to a vacant point, and then 1 point diagonally. It may not jump another piece. The chariot moves as many points as it wishes horizontally or vertically. It cannot jump over pieces in its path. The cannon moves as many points as it wishes horizontally or vertically. To capture, however, a cannon must jump over exactly 1 piece of any color along its line of movement.
The soldier moves 1 point forward towards the enemy's side of the board. Once a soldier has crossed the river, it is allowed to move 1 point forward or 1 point horizontally. A soldier may never move backwards. If your general is in danger of being captured on the next move, that general is in check, and your opponent must say check. You must now either move your general out of check, block the check, or capture the piece threatening check. If you are unable to do so without escaping capture on the following turn, then your opponent has checkmated you and they win the game. If you force your opponent to repeat their move by repeating your move a second time, you must break the cycle with a different move on your next turn. If you check your opponent 3 times in a row in a way that repeats their positions, then your opponent must forfeit and you win. Capablanca chess, lay out a 10 by 8 board. On the white side, arrange the second row with pawns, then the first row goes rook, knight, archbishop, bishop, queen, king, bishop, chancellor, knight, rook. Mirror this arrangement with the black pieces. Take note that the kings are on their matching color instead of the queens. There are 2 new pieces, the archbishop and the chancellor. The archbishop combines the powers of a bishop and a knight, allowing it to move diagonally in a straight line or jump over pieces in an L shape. You may not perform both the L move and diagonal in a single move, it is one or the other. Also, the diagonal move may not jump over pieces. The chancellor combines the power of the rook and the knight, allowing it to move laterally in a straight line or jump over pieces in an L shape, but not combine the 2 in a single move. The chancellor may not jump pieces when moving laterally in a straight line. Castling is still allowed with the king moving 3 spaces towards the rook instead of 2. Pawns may promote to any piece except for the king. The en passant rule is allowed like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Fianchetto chess. During setup, swap the starting positions of the rooks and bishops. Mirror this setup for black. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Mongredien chess. During setup, swap the starting positions of the queen's knight and the king's bishop so that both bishops are on the queen's side and both knights are on the king's side. Mirror this setup for black. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. 5D chess with Multiverse Time Travel. Just a heads up, this game is very confusing, and you will probably need to play around with the game to fully grasp the concepts. Pieces are allowed to travel through time. The game begins like normal with a single chessboard. Hover over a piece or click on it to see that piece's available moves. Right-click to deselect it, or click the deselect button at the top of the screen. The black and white outline colors on the boards show which player's turn it is to play on that board. Once you make a move, it will highlight yellow pending confirmation. Click Undo to change your move to something else. If the highlight color is red, then the move is not allowed. This typically happens by moving into check. To end your turn, you must press the Submit Moves button at the top of the screen or press the F key, and all your moves will be submitted. After each move, the board will duplicate to the right, creating a timeline that shows a visual history of every move made. You can navigate around the timelines by using the arrow keys, WASD keys, clicking and dragging, and zooming in and out with the scroll wheel. You can also press Tab or click the Cycle Boards button to recenter the view to an active board. There is a black or white banner that says the present that rests underneath the boards. The color of this banner indicates whose turn it is. Every board on top of this banner is considered to be in the present time, the here and now. Everything to the left of the present is the past, and everything to the right of the present is the future.
On your turn, you must always move one of your pieces that is on each board in the present that is highlighted in your color. You may not move pieces on boards that are not highlighted in your color. You are not allowed to move pieces on boards in the past, present, or future that have already been moved. But you can move your pieces in the future if the board is highlighted in your color and you choose to do so. When a piece moves back in time to a point when moves have already been made, then a parallel timeline is created, branching off from that point with a new board. This is called a timeline branch or parallel branch. When you make a timeline branch, it will be created below the original timeline. When your opponent makes a timeline branch, it will be created above the original timeline. The present will also move to the oldest active timeline. If you create 2 or more timeline branches more than your opponent, then those extra timelines won't be active until your opponent creates more branches of their own. Additionally, the present won't move until your opponent makes more timeline branches of their own. Players do not have to make moves on inactive timelines if they don't want to. If you see a purple arrow on your side of the present banner, then you know that if you create a new timeline branch, that new timeline will be active. If you see a dot, then if you create a new timeline branch, that timeline will be inactive. Pieces move forward and backwards through time as well as across timelines. When moving through time, you are not allowed to move to a board where you just performed a move, because that would be equivalent to you moving 2 pieces in a single turn. This equates to every other board being ignored and grayed out. I'll discuss timeline branches after we have covered the basics of time travel. If you click on a piece that has an available movement through time, it will highlight all the available spaces on the other boards in green that piece can move to. Additionally, the History View icon on the left side of the board will appear. You can also click the History View button on the side of the screen at any time. The History View changes the orientation of the boards. The GUI will show you arrows of all the legal moves that piece can make, and omits the intermittent boards you can't travel to. Click on the board you want to time travel to. Then click on the space on that board, and the piece will travel to that space with a fun animation. To toggle the animation on and off, you can press the Time Travel Animation button in the top right. When a piece travels back in time, it will draw an arrow in purpley blue to indicate the use of time travel. The original space the piece was on and the space the piece arrived at will also be colored purpley blue to indicate the use of time travel. Pieces may not travel through time onto or through a friendly piece, even if that space is available. Pieces are allowed to travel through time and capture enemy pieces, but you may not travel through time through an enemy piece to the space beyond it. Each piece's time travel movement is as follows. The king can move one board backwards in time to the same relative space it is on, or any adjacent relative space. The king may not castle when traveling through time or after it has traveled through time. The rook travels backwards through time any number of boards on the same relative space that rook is currently on. A rook may not travel laterally across a board while traveling through time. The bishop must travel laterally, not diagonally, when traveling back in time. The available destination spaces for that bishop are one of the 4 spaces that are laterally adjacent to that bishop's current relative space on that board. Expand that spread of laterally adjacent spaces out from the relative center, 1 space for each board traveled backwards. The queen can travel backwards in time any number of boards on the same relative space that it is currently on, or the queen can move through time while also moving to one of the 8 relative adjacent spaces,
expanded outward, 1 space for each board traveled backwards, similar to the bishop. The knight utilizes its L movement when traveling backwards through time. The knight can either travel 2 boards backwards on the same relative position that it is currently on, and then 1 space laterally on that board. Or the knight can travel 1 board backwards on the same relative position that it is currently on, then 2 spaces laterally on that board. The knight still retains the ability to jump over pieces. So, the only space that a knight cannot move through time to is a space occupied by a friendly piece. Pawns may not travel back in time on the same timeline they are currently on. The past is permanently set. You cannot move pieces that are in the past. Instead, anytime you travel through time to the past, you will create a timeline branch. Timeline branches are alternate realities you can play on. Pieces are allowed to move to other timelines in the present, as well as travel through time to the past and future of other timelines. A piece may not travel into the past of their timeline before that timeline branch was created. When you click on a piece, if a cross-timeline move is available, the parallel view icon will appear at the top or bottom of that board. You can also get a history view icon on the right side of the board to indicate if you can move into the future on a different timeline. Click the icon to see the available moves. Within the parallel view, or within the history view when there are multiple timelines, pieces may move to other timelines. You can do this by using the piece's normal time travel movement across boards that are perpendicular to that piece's timeline. A piece moved across timelines to a board where you also need to move a piece counts as a move on both boards. Additionally, you can perform a cross-timeline movement to other timelines based on the piece's traditional chess movement, with each timeline's board being treated like a single space on a large chessboard. Remember, you are not allowed to move to a board in the past where you have just performed a move. So, if you use the top-down view, you will need to skip every other board in the past or future. The knight may stay in its current relative position but move like an L, 2 boards in one direction, then 1 board at a right angle from the second board. Or the knight may move 1 board in one direction, then 2 boards at a right angle from that board. The knight may travel over void space to another timeline. All other pieces may not do this. The bishop may stay in its current relative position while moving across diagonally adjacent timeline boards. The queen can perform its time travel movements across diagonally adjacent timeline boards. The rook and queens can travel across timelines on the same relative space they are currently on. Rooks may not travel laterally while traveling to other timelines. The king can travel to any adjacent timeline board. The king may not castle across timelines or after it has moved to a different timeline. Pawns are only allowed to travel across timelines. Additionally, pawns may only travel across timelines in the forward direction towards their opponent's created timelines. A pawn moves to the same relative space they are currently on, 1 timeline board space forward. A pawn can also capture a piece in that same relative position to a timeline board that is to the diagonal right or diagonal left in front of them. A pawn can perform their initial double-step move option across timelines by traveling 2 boards in front of them while retaining their same relative position. En passant across timelines is not allowed. Pieces in the present, on any timeline, may give checks to any number of enemy kings that are in the past, present, or future on any other timeline board that piece can move to. Because pieces already moved in the past and future cannot move, they cannot check kings, and kings in those positions cannot move out of check. However, you can respond to a timeline check or checkmate by sending a piece back through time from a different board in the present, to move the present back and thus temporarily remove the threat of check or checkmate. If neither player is able to check their opponent on a new timeline, eventually the present banner will reach the position of the original check or checkmate, and it must be addressed. If that check can't be addressed, then it is checkmate and the game is over. You do not have to checkmate in every timeline. If you checkmate an opponent's king on any board in any timeline, you win the entire game. If you are unable to move the present banner, for example, if you didn't have pieces on a board, or because your pieces have no legal moves on a board, and you aren't in check, then the game ends in a draw. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. PP random chess. During setup, place the white king on e1 and the pawns on their normal positions. Place one rook on either the A or H column. Place the remaining pieces randomly on your back row, keeping the bishops on opposite colors. Mirror this setup for black. You are only allowed to castle with a rook that is on the A or H column. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Upside-down chess. During setup, place white's pieces on their opponent's side of the board. On the 8th row, from left to right, place rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, bishop, knight, rook. On the 7th row, place all the pawns. Mirror this setup for black. Players' pawns are still traveling in their traditional directions, so all pawns will start one space away from promotion. Your pawns may only capture and move towards your opponent's side of the board. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Since at the start of the game, all of your pawns are blocked by your own pieces, the game always starts with a knight move. You can castle like normal, and the first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Charge of the Light Brigade. During setup, place the kings and pawns in their usual spots. Pick one player to have 7 knights on their back row, while the other has 3 queens in the following starting positions. En passant is allowed like normal. When a pawn reaches the back row, it still promotes like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Avalanche chess. After you move one of your pieces, you must move one of your opponent's pawns one space forward towards your side of the board. To mitigate white's first turn advantage, white does not push a pawn until their second turn. The pawn that is moved, called a push, is always moved a single space, and the move is never a capture. When performing your normal move, before your push, you cannot move your king into check or leave it in check, planning to undo the check with a pawn push. You must perform a pawn push at the end of your turn unless the opponent does not have any pawn that can legally be advanced. If you push a pawn so that it places your king in check, you lose the game immediately because your opponent would take your king on the next turn, even if they were in check or checkmate. When a pawn is pushed to the last rank, the owner of the pawn decides what piece it is promoted to. If the promotion results in a check to the player pushing the pawn, then that player immediately loses the game. En passant is not allowed. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Horde chess. Set up white as normal, and black gets 32 pawns arranged like so. White's objective is to capture all of their opponent's pieces, while black's objective is to checkmate white's king. Only the white and black pawns on the 2nd and 7th row have the initial 2-step move option, so long as their path is free. En passant is allowed like normal. If black moves a pawn to their furthest row, it still promotes like normal. If black is unable to move, the game results in a stalemate. Here is another variation of Horde chess that you can play. In this variation, any pawn on white's 1st or 2nd row can perform the 2-step move option even if it isn't that pawn's first move. Peasant's Revolt. White has a king and 8 pawns, against black's king, pawn, and 4 knights, laid out like so. Since black has the advantage, you can also play where black only has 3 knights on b8, c8, and g8. Pawns can still promote to any piece. En passant is allowed like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Diplomat chess. Lay out the board and set up 5 pawns on the middle row on one side. Behind those, from left to right, goes horse, bishop, king, rook, diplomat. There is no queen, but if you don't have a diplomat piece, you can use a queen to represent one. Repeat this arrangement on the other side so the pieces line up with each other through the center. The center is a space that can be occupied, and it is considered orthogonally and diagonally connected to every adjacent space. Pawns still move one space forward, but a forward movement is any space that puts the pawn closer to the starting space of the opponent's king. Therefore, your pawns may move towards the center, laterally around the circle, or through the center, or any combination thereof, so long as the move puts them closer to the starting space of the opposing king than the space they are currently on. This does not mean it has to be the closest space available, just closer than what it currently is. When a pawn is in the center space, it may move out of the center to any of the 7 spaces on your opponent's side of the board. Then it proceeds with movement towards the starting space of the opposing king. Pawns still capture diagonally in front of them, which translates to being able to capture to either side of any space they can move to. Any of your pawns on your half of the board that are adjacent to the center may capture to the center. Your pawn in the center may capture to any adjacent space on your opponent's half of the board. You cannot capture backwards to any adjacent space on your own side of the board. Pawns are not allowed the initial 2-step move, nor are they allowed to perform en passant. Pawns are promoted when they move to any of the opponent's rear rank starting positions. Pawns may promote to either a horse, bishop, rook, or diplomat. Rooks can move laterally around the ring as many spaces as are available, but they may not end a move in the same space it started. The rook can travel through the center in a single move to a space on the opposite side, or it can stop in the center. A rook in the center space can reach any space on the board in a straight line outwards unless its path is obstructed by another piece. You are not allowed to castle. The bishop's diagonal movement travels through the opposite corner of the space the piece entered. You may not change directions mid-move. The bishop may travel through the center. To do so, the bishop travels in a straight line across the center to the opposite color, then diagonally in the same diagonal direction that it began the move with. It is as if the 2 adjacent spaces of the center are the same space. If the bishop started the move adjacent to the center, then it travels directly across the center to the other side. Then it may travel diagonally in either direction towards the outside of the board. A bishop in the center space can reach any space on the board in a diagonal outward line unless its path is obstructed by another piece. The horse has the same movement as the knight, but it may not travel through the center space to the other side. If the horse is on the middle or outer ring, in addition to its normal movement, it may also move to the center. If the horse is in the center, it may move to any of the spaces in the 2 inner rings. The horse moves directly to its space, passing over any piece in the way. The diplomat, which may be represented by a queen or another piece, may move one space in any direction to any unoccupied space. The diplomat may not capture pieces, but instead may suborn them. Instead of moving, the diplomat can suborn an adjacent enemy piece to your side. Simply leave the Diplomat stationary and replace your opponent's piece with the same piece of your color. You now control that piece and all its abilities, and may move it as soon as your next turn. You may not move a Diplomat and suborn a piece in the same turn. You may only suborn one piece per turn, even if multiple pieces are adjacent. You may suborn any piece except for the king. The Diplomat does not put the king in check. The first player to checkmate or stalemate their opponent wins. If the same position is repeated 3 times, then the game is a draw. Endgame chess, also called the pawns game. Players start the game with only pawns and a king. The normal check, checkmate, en passant, and pawn promotion rules still apply like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Dunsany's chess. During setup, white fills the first 4 rows with pawns. Black sets up their pieces like normal. White's objective is to checkmate black's king. Black's objective is to capture all of their opponent's pieces. Black moves first, and only the black pawns have the initial 2-step move option. En passant is allowed for white like normal. When a pawn reaches the back row, it still promotes like normal. If white is unable to move, then the game results in a stalemate. Mallet chess. Lay out a 6x6 board with the white square in the bottom right, and set up the pawns on the second row. On the first row, for white, set up rook, knight, queen, king, knight, rook. Mirror this setup for black, except switch the knights for bishops. Pawns do not have their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Your pawns can promote to any piece which you had at the beginning of the game, except for a pawn or king. For example, white may promote to a knight, but not a bishop. To castle, move your king next to your rook, then the rook to the other side. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Extinction chess. There is no check or checkmate. Instead, the object of the game is to eliminate all of one particular kind of your opponent's pieces. You win if you capture your opponent's king, or their queen, or both of their rooks, or both of their bishops, or both of their knights, or all of their pawns. You are allowed to promote to a king. When you promote a pawn, that piece is treated as the new piece it is promoted to. So, if you have 2 kings, you can lose one of them without losing the game. You are not allowed to promote your final pawn, as you would immediately lose the game. Since there is no check and checkmate, you are allowed to castle while in check or through check. The first player to eliminate all of one particular type of their opponent's pieces wins. 3-player chess. Set up the red pieces on the A through H side, white on the A through L side, and black on the H through L side. All the queens will be on the white spaces. Red goes first, then play proceeds clockwise with white followed by black. When you move pieces, use their normal movement relative to the adjacent spaces as the space shapes distort. When you move a piece through the center rosette, movement changes significantly. A diagonal movement traveling into the center will continue out of either rosette of the same color on the other side in a straight line through the opposite corner of the space it entered. A diagonal movement across the side of the rosette will deflect the movement outward away from the center through the opposite corner of the space it entered. Spaces opposite each other in the rosette of different colors are not connected. A queen may not travel diagonally through the center of the rosette so that it continues in the diagonal of a different color. Likewise, when the king is on the rosette, it may not move to the opposite side of the rosette to the space of the other color. However, it may move to any other adjacent space. A horizontal movement always deflects away from the center at the largest angle.
A rook may not travel towards the center and continue on a straight path that changes its relative direction. It must travel through the opposite lateral edge of the space it entered. A rook starting on a rosette space cannot move across the rosette towards the other side of the board, but instead, it may only move through the opposite lateral edge of the space it entered. When a pawn is in a rosette, its forward movement is always towards its closest opponent's side of the board. A pawn in the rosette may capture diagonally to another rosette of the same color, but it may not capture to a rosette of the opposite color. If a pawn reaches the back row of either opponent's side of the board, it is promoted. A knight may never travel across the center point of the rosette, but instead travels around it, using adjacent spaces for its L movement, keeping in mind that a straight line moves through the opposite lateral edge of the space it entered. There are 3 game-ending variations you can play with. You should agree which you will play before beginning. Option 1. The game continues until one player is checkmated. Then the other player who delivered the checkmate is the winner. Option 2. After the first king is captured, that player is eliminated from the game and the game continues. The player who delivered the checkmate receives the bonus ability of being able to use the eliminated player's pieces until only one player remains. Option 3. When a player is checkmated, that player is eliminated from the game, but all their pieces remain on the board. These pieces do not move. They cannot check a king, and you may not pass a piece through them. If you wish to occupy a space with an eliminated player's piece on it, then you must capture that piece. The game then continues until only one player remains. Janus chess. The game is played on a 10x8 board. The usual setup of chess pieces is extended with 2 pawns and 2 Januses per player. Each Janus is placed between the rook and knight. The relative position of the king and queen is also reversed. The Janus has the combined moves of a bishop and a knight, allowing it to move diagonally in a straight line or jump over pieces in an L shape. You may not perform both the L move and diagonal in a single move. It is one or the other. Also, the diagonal move may not jump over pieces. You can castle like normal by moving the king adjacent to either rook, then that rook to the other side of the king. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Andernach chess. Whenever your piece captures an opponent's piece, that piece changes to your opponent's color and is now controlled by your opponent. The exception is for the kings. When a king captures, it keeps its current color. If a pawn promotes from a capture, then the owner of that pawn chooses what piece it is promoted to before it changes colors. You are not allowed to capture a piece if it results in checking your king. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Double take chess. Once per game, each player can take 2 moves during one of their turns instead of one. These 2 moves cannot be used to put an opponent's king in checkmate. You may use the 2 moves to escape check or checkmate if you like. En passant is allowed in response to a 2-move turn even if your opponent moved the pawn on their first of the 2 moves. Your next turn you may perform en passant if you like. If multiple pawns qualify, you may keep performing en passant on each subsequent turn so long as no intermediate move is taken. Castling is considered one move. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Marseillias chess. Except for white's first turn, each player moves twice on their turn. You can either move 1 piece twice or 2 pieces once. Castling is considered one move. When a player gives check on their first move, their turn ends immediately and they lose their second move. If you are in check, you must get out of check on your first move. kings may not move into check. You are not allowed to move a king into check on your first move, then out of check on the second. A pawn promoted on your first move is allowed to move again on your second unless that promoted piece checked your opponent's king. En passant is allowed even if your opponent moved the pawn on their first move. To do en passant, you must use your first move. If 2 pawns qualify for en passant, then you may use both moves to perform it. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Swarm chess. During your turn, each piece that has a legal available move must move. White may only move 6 times on their first turn. To help keep track of already moved pieces, you can mark or rotate them. If a piece is unable to move, then it doesn't move. If a piece moves and, by doing so, allows another piece to move that was previously unable, then that new piece must move before you can end your turn. Each piece may only be moved once each turn, and castling is considered a king move, so the rook must move after a castle if it is able. The king may not move into check, and checkmate does not finalize until the end of the turn of the player whose king is threatened. If a player's king is checkmated at the end of their turn, they lose, even if they had their opponent's king in check or checkmate. The first player to capture or checkmate their opponent's king wins. Chess Unbound. The object of this 2-player game is to capture your opponent's king or all of their pawns. Lay out the board and divide the tiles into 2 piles. One pile with the circle background and the other with the diamond. Give each player a set of tiles and a set of colored pieces. Both players place their tiles, however they like, on the 4 rows closest to them, making sure the orientation of the tile's color matches the board to retain the checkerboard pattern. Each player places their king on the 4th space from the right on their back row, then places pawns on the remaining spaces in the 2 rows closest to them. The red player goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move 1 piece, then your opponent goes. Pawns move according to the tile they are on at the start of their turn, moving along unblocked paths as indicated to the destination of your choice. Pawns may not move through pieces or onto the same piece as a friendly piece. You capture an opponent's piece by landing on it. Captured pieces are removed from the board and may no longer be used. The squire tile allows you to move 1 space forwards, backwards, left, or right. The rook tile allows you to move as many spaces as you want in a single direction, forwards, backwards, left, or right. The bishop tile allows you to move as many spaces as you want in a single diagonal direction. The queen tile allows you to move as many spaces as you want in any one direction. The knight tile allows you to move 2 spaces in one direction, then 1 space at a right angle to that space. The knight tile is special in that it allows you to jump over other pieces. The swap tile allows you to swap that tile with any of the adjacent tiles next to it, including diagonally. After you swap, your pawn then performs a move based on the new tile that was swapped. You may do this even if the other tile has a piece on it. The teleport tile allows you to move to any space that is adjacent to any other teleport tile on the board. This includes teleport tiles that your opponent placed. You may not move to the teleport tile itself. You are allowed to capture an opponent's piece through the teleport move. The king does not use tile movement, but instead moves to any adjacent space. This includes diagonally. This is not a chess variant, so rules like check, castling, en passant, and promotion are not allowed. The first player to capture their opponent's king or to capture all of their opponent's pawns wins.
Checkers chess. Pieces may not move backwards until they have reached their farthest row. Sideways travel is allowed. Castling is allowed like normal. Pawns retain their normal promotion, and promoted pieces may move any direction. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Fog of War chess, also called dark chess, the object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Each player can only see their own pieces and any space their pieces can move to. If you can't move a piece to a space, then you can't see what's there. This game must be played with multiple chessboards and an umpire, or online. There is no check or checkmate. Kings may move to a threatened space and end a turn on a threatened space. You are allowed to castle while in check, and you may castle through check. Since pawns can't move to the space in front of them if it is occupied, if a piece is on that space will remain hidden. Pawns can only see diagonally in front of them if an enemy piece is there. En passant is allowed like normal, where the threatened pawn and the space it moved through are both visible to the capturing player, but only until the end of that turn. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Penultima. Several spectators create secret rules which change how the chess pieces move and interact. The players playing the game try to discover these rules as they attempt to checkmate their opponent. Before the game begins, the spectators decide between themselves which pieces each of them will write rules for. Then, each of them writes down their rules. Each spectator may only create rules for one piece type, for example, all the pawns. These rules may control the way a piece moves, captures, is captured, or if it causes effects to other pieces on the board. A piece may be given an invoke command, which causes it to affect other pieces on the board without moving. A spectator can combine any or all of these types of rules together for their piece, and they may have a piece's rule affect other pieces. When creating rules, it is recommended to keep it simple, concise, and specific. For example, you could write down that the king may invoke to trade places with a friendly rook. After a spectator finishes writing a secret rule for a piece, that spectator also gives that piece a new name for the duration of the game. These names, and the existence of any invoke commands, are announced to the players at the start of the game. After the game has started, the spectators may privately discuss how their rules interact. On your turn, you must attempt to move or invoke one of your pieces. Then the spectator for that piece declares whether the action is legal or illegal. If it is a legal move, the piece stays where it is. If an invoke is performed, then the spectator of that rule performs the action of the invoke without saying what the invoke actually does. If you perform an illegal move, then the piece is returned to its position from the start of the turn. If the invoke isn't allowed, then it is stated and nothing happens. In the original variant, your turn would then end without a legal move being performed. However, there is a variant that you can play where you continue attempting until you perform a legal move or legal invoke. Decide which version you will play at the start of the game. If playing with the first option, the only exception is if you are in check. Then you can repeatedly attempt moves until you are able to get out of check. Spectators may need to say check to inform the players when their rule is causing a check. You can also play that the check rule is ignored. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins, after which spectators reveal their rules. Pocket Knight. At the beginning of the game, each player is given one extra knight at the side of the board. One time during the game, instead of moving, you may drop your extra knight onto any empty space on the board. You are allowed to drop your knight to give check or checkmate or block a check.
On future turns, you are allowed to move that knight as you normally would. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. No stress chess. Playing this game will teach you how to play chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Lay out the beginner side of the board and place the pieces on their matching spaces. Shuffle the deck of cards and place them face down in the center compartment of the tray, forming a draw deck. The player with the white pieces goes first, then turns alternate. On your first 2 turns, you must follow the arrows on the board and move the pawns. After that, on each turn, you must flip over the top card of the draw deck to your discard pile, then move a piece as indicated by the card. Each card tells you how the piece moves. Move the piece to a desired legal space. You may not move through pieces, and a piece captures the first enemy piece it runs into. Captured pieces are removed from the board and may no longer be used. You may not share a space with a friendly piece. You must move if you can, and if you draw a card to a piece you are unable to move, then you lose your turn. When the deck runs out of cards, shuffle the discard piles into a new deck. If you draw a Move Same Type of Piece Again card, you may choose to move a piece from the top of either player's discard pile. There is no check or checkmate. You may not castle, and en passant is not allowed. When a pawn reaches the farthest row, it is promoted to any piece except a king. After you have mastered this method of play, the next step is for each player to play with 3 cards in their hand, and each turn you draw 1 card, then pick 1 card from your hand to play. If you play a card with no legal move, then you lose your turn. After you master this, you may play with 5 cards in your hand. If your hand contains 3 or more of the same card, or 3 or more cards that have no legal move, then, instead of playing, you may discard your entire hand and draw a new one. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Once you have mastered this way of playing, you can flip the board over to play regular chess. Los Alamos chess, lay out a 6x6 board and arrange the second row with pawns. On the first row, from left to right, is rook, knight, queen, king, knight, rook. Mirror this arrangement for black. Pawns are not allowed the initial 2-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns may not promote to a bishop. There is no castling. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Double move chess. There is no check or checkmate. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Except for white's first turn, each player moves twice on their turn. You can either move 1 piece twice or 2 pieces once. Castling is considered 1 move. Since there is no check, kings may move to a threatened space. En passant is not allowed. A pawn promoted on your first move is allowed to move again on your second. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Cannibal chess. Whenever one of your pieces captures another piece, your piece becomes that piece and is treated as having the moves of that piece. If you are using double-sided chess discs, simply flip the captured piece and replace it with your own. Whenever your king captures a piece, your king still turns into the captured piece and has the movement of that piece. But that piece is royal and remains the piece that your opponent must checkmate to win. It also has all the regular rules for moving into and out of check. Be sure to mark your king that you have turned into another piece so you can remember it is royal. When a king that has turned into a pawn reaches the far side of the board, it may promote to any piece, including a king. A piece that becomes a pawn on your second row retains its initial double-step move option. En passant is allowed on these pieces like normal. Castling is only allowed with the original rooks under normal castling conditions. The first player to checkmate their opponent's royal piece wins. Handicap chess.
also called odds chess. The purpose of a handicap, or odds, is to compensate for the difference in skill between two chess players. The handicap-giving player plays white unless otherwise indicated. If rooks are involved, the player giving the odds can still castle with the absent rook, moving only the king. These handicaps are ranked in an increasing level of severity. Draw odds. The stronger player plays white, and draws are counted as a win for black. Odds of the move. The weaker player plays white. Two moves. The weaker player plays white and starts the game by making two consecutive moves. Pawn and move. The weaker player plays white. A black pawn, typically on f7, is removed from the board. Pawn and two moves. The weaker player plays white and starts by taking two consecutive moves, and black's pawn on f7 is removed. Knight odds. One of the stronger players' knights is removed, usually the queen's knight. Queen for a rook. The odds giver's queen and the odds receiver's rook on the queen side are removed. Rook odds. One of the stronger players' rooks is removed. Queen for a knight. The odds giver's queen and the odds receiver's knight on the queen side are removed. Rook and pawn. The stronger player's rook on the queen side and the f-pawn are removed. Two minor pieces. The odds giver chooses which of their two knights and/or bishops to remove. Rook and knight. The stronger player's rook and knight on the queen side are removed. Queen odds. The stronger player's queen is removed. Two rooks. Both rooks of the stronger player are removed. Queen and rook. The stronger player's queen and queen's rook are removed. Queenside odds. All the queenside pieces, excluding pawns, of the stronger player are removed. Strong king. The weaker player's king may move up to 2 squares in any direction in a straight line. Pawn and 3 moves. The weaker player plays as white and plays the first 3 moves consecutively, and black plays without the f7 pawn. In odds games with extra moves, like pawn and 2 moves, or pawn and 3 moves, the odds receiver cannot move beyond the 4th row with those moves. You can also impose unequal time restrictions to use as a handicap. For example, the stronger player has 2 minutes and the weaker player has 10 minutes. Absorption chess. Whenever one of your pieces captures another piece, your piece gains that piece's movement in addition to the current moves it already has. If you are using chess discs, simply stack your piece on top of the captured piece to remind you of your piece's allowed moves. Pieces may accumulate the movement abilities of several pieces. If you capture a piece that has gained other moves, then your piece gains all of those moves. If a piece captures a piece with a move it has already obtained, then no new move is added to its repertoire. Kings with the ability to move several spaces at once may not move over attacked squares, but they can check their opponent's king over attacked squares. Any piece that has the ability of a pawn may promote if it uses the pawn's movement to advance to the furthest row. When a piece is promoted, it retains all movement ability it already has, plus the movement of whatever piece it is promoted to. A piece that has a pawn's ability that is on your 2nd row is able to use the pawn's initial double-step move option if you want. If you use a pawn's double-step move ability with another piece that would be otherwise unable to perform that move, then that piece may be captured by en passant. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Beirut chess. The object of the game is to checkmate or blow up your opponent's king. Before the game begins, each player secretly marks the bottom of any one of their chess pieces, other than their king, with a red dot. The piece with the red dot is called the bomb carrier. On any turn, instead of moving, you may say boom and overturn your bomb carrier piece. That piece, along with any player's piece on every adjacent space, including diagonally, are removed from the board. Whenever an opponent's piece is removed from the board, you may not inspect it to see if it was a bomb carrier. You may not blow up your bomb carrier if it results in your opponent checking your king, or you blowing up your own king. The first player to checkmate or blow up their opponent's king wins. Benedict chess. The object of the game is to flip the enemy king. You are not allowed to capture. Instead, at the end of your turn, all enemy pieces that are being attacked by the moving piece under normal chess rules, that is, they are in a position where they could be captured on your next turn, are flipped to your color and become friendly pieces you can control. Pawns can still promote like normal, but en passant is not allowed. The first player to flip their opponent's king wins. Nephitophel, also called Vikings chess. The object of the game for the attacker is to capture the king. The object of the game for the defender is to get their king to one of the 4 corner spaces. Lay out the board and place the king on the center cream square. Place the red pieces on the red squares and the teal pieces on the teal squares. One player is the defender and controls the king and red pieces, while the other is the attacker and controls all the teal pieces. The attacking player goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you may move any of your pieces any number of spaces in a horizontal or vertical straight line. Pieces may not move off the edge of the board, they may not pass through other pieces, nor share a space with another piece. Pieces may not move diagonally. If you move a piece so that it sandwiches an opponent's piece in between 2 of your pieces so that they are across from each other with the opposing piece in between, then you capture that opposing piece and remove it from the board. Pieces may travel through a sandwich without being captured, but they may not stop in a sandwich. You can also capture an opponent's piece if you sandwich it between the king's starting space and your piece, or a corner space and your piece. A king may only be captured by completely surrounding it on all 4 sides. If the king is on the edge of the board and it is the defender's only piece on the board, then 3 pieces may be used to capture it instead. You must make a legal move on your turn. If a player cannot make a legal move, then they lose the game. If the king gets to one of the corner spaces, then the defending player wins. If the king gets trapped and is surrounded by opposing pieces, then the attacking player wins. Martian chess. The object of the game is to score the most points. There are 3 types of pieces: pawns, which are worth 1 point, drones, which are worth 2 points, and queens, which are worth 3 points. Lay out the board between 2 players and each player sets up their pieces like so. Each player controls their half of the board, which is called a zone. The middle dividing line separating the 2 zones is called the canal. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must move any one piece on your side of the board, then your opponent goes. Pawns move 1 space at a time in any diagonal direction. Drones move 1 or 2 spaces at a time, either horizontally or vertically in a straight line. Queens move any distance in a straight line, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Pieces may not jump over other pieces. You may not move a piece to the same space as another piece on your side of the board. If you move a piece to a space occupied by another piece on your opponent's side of the board, then you capture that piece and remove it from the board and place it next to you. You always control all and only the pieces currently on your side of the board. If you move a piece to your opponent's side of the board, then it stops being a piece that you can control until your opponent moves it back to your side of the board. You are not allowed to undo an opponent's move, meaning if your opponent moves a piece across the canal, you may not move it back to the exact same space on your next turn. However, you could move it back on the turn after that one if you wanted. If you have no queens or drones on your side of the board, you can move two pieces together to combine them into one. A pawn and drone may be combined to make a queen, and two pawns can be combined to make a drone. This is called a field promotion. If there is not a piece available to promote to, then you may not promote. The game ends as soon as one player's zone is totally empty. Each player adds up the points based on the pieces they've captured, and the player with the most points wins. If the game gets to a state of deadlock, any player may say during their turn, "Call the clock." From that point on, if 7 moves go by without a capture, then the game ends and points are scored. If a capture happens, then the 7-move count starts over. If the final score is a tie, then the player who ended the game is the winner. Traveler chess, also called pocket chess. Pick one of the 32 card board styles and lay them out on the table in an 8x8 grid representing only the dark squares. The empty spaces represent the lighter squares. Each player takes one of the 4 chess-colored decks to use and sets up their pieces as normal. Players then play on these squares like they would on a normal chessboard. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Puzzle board chess. Give each player a standard set of chess pieces in opposing colors. Place one puzzle board tile in the center of the table as the game board and give each player 8 puzzle board tiles. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, connect one of your puzzle board tiles to any available spot on the game board with a minimum of 1 connection points. Orient the tile or flip it over to retain the checkerboard pattern. Place one of your pawns on your placed tile to indicate it is yours. Pawns are only used during setup to distinguish each player's tiles, and they are not used for play. You may not move a puzzle board tile once it has been placed, and you are allowed to connect to an opponent's placed tile. Once all the tiles have been placed, the board is now built. Players now simultaneously place their non-pawn chess pieces on any of their controlled tiles, removing the pawns from those tiles. Players may move and rearrange their pieces as many times as they want. Players may not place pieces on the starting tile. You may place your bishops on the same color spaces if you want. You may not place your king into check, nor may you place a piece in a position that checks your opponent's king. Once all players are satisfied with their positions and no more rearrangements are happening, then remove any remaining pawns from the board and the game begins. Pieces move like they normally do with these distinctions. Knights can jump over gaps in the board so long as they retain their L movement and land on a physical square. Bishops, kings, and queens can travel diagonally between tiles with adjoined corners, even if they aren't connected by the tabs. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Alice chess. Lay out 2 boards next to each other in the same orientation, but only set up the pieces on one of them. After a piece completes a move, it is transferred to the same relative space on the other board. This transfer is not optional and must be performed after every move. In order for pieces to move, the piece's move must be legal on the board it starts the turn on, and the space it is transferred to on the other board must be vacant. Therefore, capturing a piece is only available on the board the piece starts the turn on. After capture, the capturing piece transfers to the other board the same way a non-capture move would. A king may not move into check on one board in order to move to a free space on the other board. The king may not perform a move if its transfer to the other board would put the king in check. Castling is performed as normal, with both the king and rook transferring boards at the end of the turn. En passant is allowed like normal. Pawns may promote on either board. An alternative way to play is to have the black pieces start the game on the other board. You can also choose to allow null moves so that instead of moving a piece on the board it starts the turn on, it may instead stay in its current relative position and transfer to the other board. However, a king may not escape check with a null move. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Musketeer chess. Lay out the 10 musketeer pieces, and white picks one of them. Black may either accept or refuse that piece. If black refuses that piece, then the default pieces, leopard and cannon, will be used. If black accepts white's pick, then black takes the same piece in their color, then they pick a second piece from the remaining options. White follows by taking black's pick in their color. Lay out the corresponding reference cards for the pieces picked to use during the game. Remove the remaining 8 sets of musketeers as they will not be used. The board has 2 additional imaginary rows used for some temporary piece storage. Set up the board like normal, then, beginning with white, players alternate placing the first musketeer white picked on an imaginary square on the back row behind their rear rank pieces. Then they place black's picked piece. If the selection is the default pieces, then the cannon is placed first, followed by the leopard. You are not allowed to place one musketeer behind the king and the other behind a rook. The musketeers may not share an imaginary square, nor may they move to a different imaginary space once placed. Once both musketeers are placed, the game begins like normal. A musketeer enters the game on the same turn when the square immediately in front of it is vacant. When that happens, move that musketeer to that square before your opponent goes. Musketeers may not be moved on the board before this happens. If the square in front of a musketeer is captured before that musketeer enters the game, then that musketeer is also captured and removed from the board. Once in play, musketeers can be captured like normal. Pawns are allowed to promote to either musketeer used in the game. Musketeer moves can jump and/or slide. Jumping means it can pass over other pieces that are in the way, while sliding means it cannot pass through pieces. The new pieces are as follows. The leopard combines the jumping moves of the knight and the sliding moves of the bishop, but with a limited range of 2 squares. The cannon slides to any adjacent square, or it can jump 2 squares vertically or horizontally, or it can jump like a knight to the right or left. The unicorn jumps like a knight, or jumps 3 squares in one direction, then 1 square at a right angle. The dragon combines the jumping moves of a knight with the sliding moves of a queen. The chancellor combines the jumping moves of a knight with the sliding moves of a rook. The archbishop combines the jumping moves of a knight with the sliding moves of a bishop. The elephant slides to any adjacent square, or it can jump 2 squares horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. The hawk jumps 2 or 3 squares horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. The fortress slides up to 3 squares like a bishop, or it can jump like a knight forwards or backwards, or it can jump 2 squares horizontally or vertically. The tower top of the fortress is pegged, so you can interchange the tops of the pieces if you want. The spider slides up to 2 squares like a bishop, or it can jump like a knight in any direction, or it can jump 2 squares horizontally or vertically. The tower top is pegged, so you can interchange the tops of the pieces if you want. Star Trek, tri-dimensional chess, the bottom level board is White's board, and the top level is Black's board. The middle level is the neutral board. The 3 levels are suspended, one above the other, and horizontally offset by half their width, so that half of the squares on any board are directly over or under half of the squares on the next level above or below it. This layout may not always be visually perfectly achieved, but this is how they officially overlap. You can remember that squares line up by color. The small movable platforms are called attack boards. The attack boards are placed on the rear pin positions of the white and black boards, oriented so that the corner colors match, indicating which squares overlap. Set up White's pawns on the second row of both their main board and attack boards. On White's main board, on the closest row, set up Knight, Bishop, Bishop, Knight. On the attack boards, place rooks on the rear outer corners, the queen on its matching color, and the king on the other. Mirror this setup for Black. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you may move an attack board. To move an attack board, it must be occupied by exactly 1 piece. Whichever player's piece occupies the attack board, that player has the ability to move it. An attack board can move to another pin on the same row or column of its current board, or it can move vertically to a pin on a board above or below it. When moving vertically, it moves to the closest pin. If there is a tie for the closest pin, then you may pick which pin to move to. When you move an attack board, you may also rotate it 180 degrees if you want. If you do, be sure that the overlapping colors from the boards above and below it still match. Whatever piece is on it rotates with the board. You may not move an attack board to the same pin as another attack board, and you may not rotate an attack board without moving it to another pin. All pieces have their normal chess movement with the following considerations. When moving a piece laterally along the horizontal plane of a board, the squares located directly above or below each square are considered to be in the same position on a single horizontal plane. It is as if you are above, looking down, and treating all the individual boards as one single chessboard. In this view, some of the squares would be allowed to hold multiple pieces simultaneously. Flip the view back to 3 dimensions, and you can see how this is possible because of the vertically overlapping boards. Typically, squares will only have 2 boards overlapping. However, due to the moving location of attack boards, you can have up to 4 boards overlapping. The number of overlapping squares determines how many pieces can share that square within the vertical space. A piece may change levels so long as the horizontal path of that piece's normal move is legal, regardless of its vertical movement. To move a piece to a different level, that piece must first move along its horizontal path 1 square at a time. At any point on the path, the piece may be repositioned to an unoccupied square above or below the very next square on the path. Then the horizontal move continues, and this process repeats until the desired destination square is reached. Pieces may not change boards while staying on the same square. They must move horizontally as well. A piece may leave the edge of a board if there is an unoccupied square above or below the imaginary void square the piece is moving to. Move that piece to that physical square, then you may continue its horizontal move. Pieces may not travel into the void beyond that next single square. You must always calculate the path of a movement 1 square at a time following these movement rules. Once a piece leaves a level, it may not return to that same level in the same move. A rook can travel up multiple boards in a single move in a very specific way so as to dodge several pieces that are in the way. If there is a wall of pieces on the same vertical square blocking the path, pieces may not travel into the void to dodge it. Knights are one of the exceptions. They are allowed to jump through the void so long as they land on a physical square. The second exception is that queens and rooks are allowed to travel across void space from one attack board to another attack board. This type of move is only allowed over the void. You are allowed to capture an opponent's piece that is on a square on any board level you can move to. Pawns are allowed to capture diagonally across levels. Pawns that start the game on your attack boards still have their double step move option unless the attack board moves. Then they lose it. A pawn that moves to the start position of another pawn also loses their double step move option. Pawns may not travel on an attack board backwards. A pawn may move an attack board sideways so that their forward movement stays the same, but they may not move an attack board sideways while rotating it 180 degrees. Pawns promote when they reach the back row of your opponent's main board, or if they reach the back square of an attack board that is on your opponent's rear pin. A pawn still promotes if it is in the correct position during an attack board move. En passant is allowed like normal across levels. It does not matter which level your opponent's pawn moves to. If that pawn double steps past a square your pawn could capture, you can use en passant, picking which level your piece ends on. You are allowed to castle under the normal conditions. To castle kingside, swap the positions of your rook and king. To castle queenside, move your king adjacent to your rook, then move the rook to the square where your king started. You are not allowed to castle on your first turn. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Guard chess, also called Icelandic chess. Defended pieces may not be captured. A piece is defended when it is in a position that in the event it was captured, that space could be immediately recaptured by a different friendly piece. If a piece is defended by only the king, then it may be captured. A king can be checkmated even if it is defended. It is therefore possible to checkmate a king with a piece that is attacked many times but only defended one time. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Fairy chess. Before beginning, determine the point total for the armies players will build. Each piece has a reference card that has all the rules for that piece. Each piece's point cost is indicated here. You can mix and match pieces, adding up their total point cost to customize your army so that it falls within the range for the predetermined totals. You do not need to have an identical army to your opponent. Each piece has a rank indicator on its reference card indicated here. This determines where that piece can be placed on the board when building your armies. Rank 1 is your second row where pawns traditionally start. Rank 2 is the 6 outermost squares on your back row. Rank 3, also called the royalty rank, is the centermost 2 squares on your back row where your king and queen traditionally start. Pieces may be placed or rearranged on any space in its correct rank. You are allowed to have empty spaces in your starting positions if you want. Once both players have finished constructing their armies and placing them, the game begins. Each player takes the reference cards for the pieces that they are playing with. If the game ends in a stalemate, then each player adds up their stalemate value from each of their remaining pieces, then the player with the highest stalemate score wins. You are still allowed to castle even when the pieces are rearranged. To do so, move the king towards the castling piece, then move the castling piece to the other side of the king. All other castling rules still apply. Unless otherwise specified, the new pieces capture the first piece they move into. Moving multiple spaces means to pass through each space in the movement, while jumping means to move over any pieces in the way. Unless otherwise specified, moving and jumping is always in a straight line. The new pieces are as follows. Peasant, rank 1, cost 2. Moves 1 space diagonally forward and captures 1 space directly in front. It may not move backwards. It may move 2 spaces in a straight line on its first move. It can promote at the 8th row like a pawn can. Soldier, rank 1, cost 3. A soldier moves 1 space in any direction. Herald, rank 2, cost 6. A herald moves horizontally or vertically exactly 2 spaces. The herald cannot capture. All adjacent pieces to the herald of both players cannot move. The game ends in a stalemate if the herald is adjacent to the enemy king. The herald begins the game on the outsidemost space of your second row, moving that pawn to the adjacent first row corner space. Tower, rank 2, cost 10. The tower moves any number of spaces horizontally or vertically, or you can move 1 space diagonally. The tower may castle. Chamberlain, rank 2, cost 6. The Chamberlain jumps 2 spaces horizontally or vertically, but captures 1 space diagonally. The Chamberlain may swap positions with a rank 3 piece if both pieces occupy the same row and there are no other pieces in between them. Thief, rank 2, cost 5. The thief jumps 2 spaces horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, and then captures the following space in the same direction, but it does not move to that space upon capture. Lancer, rank 2, cost 5. The Lancer jumps 3 spaces horizontally or vertically, then 1 space at a 90-degree angle from that space, like a taller version of the L movement from the Knight. Catapult, rank 2, cost 3. The Catapult jumps 3 spaces horizontally or vertically. Inquisitor, rank 2, cost 8. The Inquisitor moves 2 spaces horizontally or vertically, or 1 space diagonally. The Inquisitor cannot capture. All adjacent enemy pieces to the Inquisitor cannot move. The game ends in a stalemate if the Inquisitor is adjacent to the enemy king. Pontiff, rank 2, cost 8. The Pontiff moves any number of squares diagonally and may bounce off the board boundaries at a right angle and continue moving. It may not end a turn moving to the exact same square it started the turn on. Courtesan, rank 2, cost 6. The Courtesan moves 1 space horizontally or vertically, or jumps 2 spaces diagonally. Jester, rank 3, cost 12. This piece must replace the queen. It moves identical to the queen, but the Jester may not capture nor be captured. Regent, rank 3, cost 15. The Regent may only replace the king. The Regent moves exactly 2 spaces horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. This piece is royal and may not move into check and must move out of check. The game ends and you lose when your Regent is captured. Once your queen is captured, then your Regent moves any number of spaces horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Mercenary, no rank, no cost. There are 2 mercenary cards, 1 for each player. The mercenaries start on either H4 or A5, depending on their color. The mercenary jumps 2 spaces horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. The mercenary can only be controlled and moved by a player who has a piece that is threatening to capture the mercenary. Apocalypse chess. The object of the game is to eliminate all of your opponent's pawns. Set up a 5x5 board. Place white's knights in the 2 corners and the pawns like so. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are not allowed their double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Players make moves simultaneously. Each turn, each player secretly writes down 1 move, then both players declare their moves. Then, both moves happen simultaneously. If both players move the same type of piece to the same space, then both pieces are removed. If both players move to the same space but with different pieces, then the knight captures the pawn. If a pawn moves diagonally to capture a piece, but that piece moves to avoid capture, then the pawn still moves diagonally, but no capture is made. If you try to make an illegal move, for example, you anticipate your opponent moving the piece in front of your pawn, so you try and move your pawn forward, but they end up not moving that piece, so now your pawn is making an illegal move. You then incur a penalty point and your pawn doesn't move. If you acquire 2 penalty points, then you immediately lose the game. When your pawn reaches the farthest row, it promotes to a knight, but it may only promote to a knight if you have less than 2 knights currently on the board. If you don't, then you must move that pawn to any vacant space on the board below the farthest row. If you try to promote your last pawn, you get a penalty point. The first player to eliminate all of their opponent's pawns wins. Sovereign chess. Lay out the board and set up pieces on the outer ring of squares, matching each piece with the color and type indicated around the edge of the board. In the next ring of squares, place pawns matching the colors of the adjacent pieces. In the 4 corners, instead of pawns, place matching colored knights. Randomly select a player to make white's first move. After white's first move, the other player may choose to play as white or play as black. Whoever plays black makes the next move, then turns alternate. Queens, bishops, and rooks may not travel more than 8 squares in a single turn. Therefore, they may not check a king that is farther than 8 squares away. Kings are allowed to move out of check by moving out of this range. A piece may not end its turn on a square of its own color, but it may travel over a square of its own color. Therefore, a player may not check their opponent's king with a piece of the same color as the square that king is on. Kings are allowed to escape check by moving to a square matching the color of the checking piece. Pawns move 1 square vertically or horizontally and capture 1 square diagonally towards the center of the board. The brown lines on the board help guide pawns towards the center. Pawns move and capture towards either brown line, even if that move is further away from another brown line. A pawn adjacent to a brown line may not move across it, but it may capture across a brown line so long as the capture takes it closer to the center of the board. Pawns on the outer 2 rings of the board may move 1 or 2 spaces away from the closest edge. They may move like this even if they have previously moved. En passant is not allowed. When you move one of your pieces onto a square of another color, you then control all the pieces of that square's color and may move them so long as you have a piece on that square. Once the colored square is unoccupied, then you may not move those pieces until you occupy one of the matching color squares again. You are allowed to use your controlled colored pieces to control other colors. When you move a piece to a square that is the same color as your opponent's king, you do not gain control of their pieces. Pieces that are the same color as a player's king may never be controlled by their opponent. There are 2 squares of each color, but only one of those squares may be occupied at a time. When one square is occupied by any piece, whether a player controls it or not, then the other square of that color may not be occupied. You may only capture pieces of colors that your opponent controls. You may not capture any piece you control, nor pieces that are uncontrolled by either player. If you capture an opponent's piece that is on a colored square, you immediately take control of all pieces of that square's color. You may escape check from a colored piece by capturing the matching colored square your opponent controls, giving you control of those pieces instead. When a pawn reaches the center 4x4 area marked by a black border, it must promote to any higher piece of its same color, which may include a king. If you choose to promote a pawn to a king, you remove your current king from the board and place a new king of the same color as the pawn where the pawn was promoted. If you promote to a king of a different color, then your previous king's colored pieces will now be controlled by the player who occupies a square of that color. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you may replace your king with a king of any color you control. Your turn then ends, unless your king is now on a square of its own color. Then you must legally move it off of that square. You are allowed to promote to a king or change your king's color to get out of check. There is no limit to the number of times you can change kings during the game. You are allowed to castle with any rook you control that is on the same row as your king, so long as all the normal rules of castling are followed. To do so, move your king to any vacant square between it and the rook, and that rook to the other side of the king. Changing a king to a different color does not count as moving it, so you may still castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. 1D Chess, the Gardner variant puzzle. The object of this single-player puzzle game is to figure out how white can checkmate black's king. On a 1x8 board, place white's pieces from left to right, king, knight, rook. Mirror this setup for black. The king moves one square in either direction. The knight jumps 2 squares over any pieces in either direction. The rook moves any number of squares in either direction. You are not allowed to castle. The game is a draw if you stalemate, have insufficient material, or repeat the same board position 3 times in a game. Can you figure out how white can checkmate black? Microchess. Lay out a 4x5 board. Place one pawn on the second row far right space. On the first row, set up rook, bishop, knight, king. Black sets up the same way, so the pieces are not mirrored. Pawns are not allowed their initial 2-step move option. Castling is still allowed like normal. When a pawn reaches the back row, they may promote like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Silverman 4x4 chess. Lay out a 4x4 board with a white square in the bottom right. For white, set up pawns on the second row. On the first row, set up rook, queen, king, rook. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are not allowed their double-step move option. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chess attack. Lay out a 5x6 board. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up rook, knight, bishop, queen, king. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are allowed their initial double-step move option. En passant and castling are allowed like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Queen's Quadrille. The object of this solitaire version of chess is to move the queen to each square on the board exactly 1 time. Set up a 4x4 board and randomly place all the higher rank chess pieces on the squares. Remove 1 queen and the game begins. You may not capture. Pieces do not check kings. You may not castle. Piece color doesn't matter, and you may move any color piece in any order. If you move the queen to a square it has already been on, you lose. Move the queen to every square exactly 1 time to win. Silverman 4x5 chess. Lay out a 4x5 board with a white square in the bottom right. For white, set up pawns on the second row. On the first row, set up rook, queen, king, rook. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are allowed their double-step move option if the destination space is vacant. En passant is allowed like normal. When a pawn reaches the back row, they may promote like normal.
The king may castle by taking the position of the rook, then placing the rook to the other side. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins.
Hippodrome. The object of this solitaire version of chess is to get all of the knights to the opposite side of the board. Set up a 4x4 board and lay out the knights on the first row. Randomly place all the higher rank chess pieces on the remaining squares. Remove one random piece that isn't a knight and the game begins. You may not capture. Pieces do not put the king in check. You may not castle. Piece color doesn't matter, and you may move any color piece in any order. Move all the knights to the opposite side of the board to win. Gardener chess. Lay out a 5x5 board. Place the pawns on the second row, and on the first, set up rook, knight, bishop, queen, king. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are allowed their initial 2-step move option if the destination space is unoccupied. En passant and castling are allowed like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Baby chess. Lay out a 5x5 board. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up rook, knight, bishop, queen, king. Black sets up the same way, so the pieces are not mirrored. Pawns are allowed their initial 2-step move option if the destination space is unoccupied. En passant is allowed like normal. Castling is allowed like normal. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Plunder chess. During setup, place the vests to the side. Whenever a piece is captured, the capturing piece has the option to plunder the captured piece's moves. To plunder the moves, take an available vest from the side of the board that matches the captured piece and place it onto the capturing piece. If you capture a piece that already has a vest on it, then you may plunder that piece's vest instead if you like. Pieces may only have one vest at a time. A piece with a vest is allowed to perform any legal move of the piece's symbol on that vest one time. This is called a vest move. After a vest move, remove the vest from the piece and return it to the side of the board so it can be used again later if needed. Pieces may still perform their conventional moves while wearing a vest without losing that vest's ability. If you capture a piece with a conventional move while wearing a vest, you must either decline plundering the new piece, or you must remove your current vest before plundering the new one. If you capture a piece with a vest move, you must first remove the current vest before plundering your opponent's piece. You do not have to plunder if you don't want to, but you may not plunder for that capture at a later time. You may not plunder a piece that has the same moving capability as the capturing piece. For example, a queen may not plunder a rook, bishop, or queen. All pieces, except for pawns, may plunder pawns in order to gain their en passant move. Knights, bishops, and kings may also plunder a pawn's double-step move option, as well as the condition to be captured by en passant. A king may not use a pawn vest move for the double-step move if en passant is present. The pawn vest does not allow any piece to promote to a higher rank piece. Pawns are allowed to use their vest move in order to promote. If a pawn wearing a vest uses a conventional move to promote, then whatever vest it is currently wearing will be transferred to the promoted piece so long as that vest adds movement potential to the promoted piece. Promoted pieces may not gain a pawn vest upon promotion, nor does a pawn vest promote to a different vest when reaching the farthest row. If a pawn uses a vest move to return to its second row, it regains its double-step move option as well as the condition to be captured by en passant. A knight vest move allows pieces to jump over other pieces. Castling is allowed like normal unless a vest move threatens an open space between the rook and king. Vests automatically and immediately check an opponent's king. There is no limit to the number of times a vest can check a king. It is also possible for a king to check or even checkmate their opponent with a vest so long as they remain out of check. Kings may use their vest move to escape check. A king's vest move is allowed to slide through check so long as the king doesn't end on a space in check. Quick chess. The object of the game is to be the first player to advance a pawn to the opposite side of the board, or to capture all your opponent's pieces. If both players' pawns are unable to move, then the game ends and the player with the furthest advanced pawn wins. If that is a tie, then the player with the most pawns wins. Lay out the instructions, then place the board on top. Use the quick references to remember how pieces move. There are 11 different ways to play that slowly teach you how to play chess. In the first 7 ways to play, set up the same by placing white's pawns on the first row and blue's on the last. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option, therefore en passant is not allowed. Power pawns. Only play with pawns. King's Conquest. Place kings in the middle spaces, sliding the pawn forward. Kings are allowed to be captured. Your king may not move adjacent to your opponent's king and therefore may not capture it. Raging Rooks. Place the rooks on the first column, sliding the pawns forward. Tricky Bishops. Place bishops on the second column, sliding the pawn forward. Mean Queens. Place queens on the fourth column, sliding the pawn forward. Rescue the queen. Place queens next to the board. A player's first pawn to reach the opposite side of the board promotes to a queen. Pawns after that may promote like normal. The first player to capture all their opponent's pieces wins. Crazy Knights. Place knights on the fifth column, sliding the pawn forward. Practice and learn by mixing any of the setups for 1 through 7. Once you've played them all, you can use all the pieces, sliding all the pawns forward 1. The object is to checkmate your opponent's king. You are not allowed to castle. Advanced play. Play the same as option 8, but allow the double-step move, en passant, and castling. You can also try out these different starting positions: queen, king, bishop, knight, rook, or rook, knight, bishop, queen, king. Blind Quick Chess. Place a barrier in the center of the board during setup. Players now set up their pieces on their first 2 rows however they like. Once both players are ready, remove the barrier. Flip a coin to determine who goes first. Continue playing the variations until you're certain how all the game pieces move. When you're ready, flip over the game board to play a full game of chess. Quadular. The object of this 2 to 4 player chess variant is to capture your opponent's king. There is no checkmating. Lay out the board. Each player orients from a corner and places 5 pawns on their third row. On the second row, they place rook, knight, bishop, knight, rook. On their first row, from left to right, they place queen, bishop, prince. The prince starts the game with the crown detached and set aside. In the corner space, called the throne, they place their king. The king is the only piece that can freely move in and out of the throne. All other pieces may only capture into the throne, after which they can move out of it according to their normal movement. The throne is orthogonally and diagonally adjacent to each of the 3 squares in front of it. The prince can move 1 or 2 spaces horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. The prince captures the first piece it slides into. The first time your prince enters any opponent's domain, indicated by crossing the red line towards their throne, your prince receives its crown and may now move any number of spaces in any direction like a queen. Once crowned, the prince is called the king-to-be. Should your king be captured, you immediately replace your king-to-be with the king. After a bishop captures to a throne, when that bishop returns to the battlefield, it must do so on the same color it was on before capturing to the throne. Pawns are allowed their initial double-step move option. En passant is allowed like normal. After their first move forward, pawns are allowed to move 1 space vertically or horizontally, so long as they move away from their own domain. The only exception is that pawns may capture backwards towards their own domain so long as they are also capturing into an opponent's domain. Whenever a pawn enters an opponent's domain, they promote to either a rook, bishop, or knight. Pawns may not promote if moving to an empty domain when playing with 2 or 3 players. If playing with 2 or 3 players, one player must be the orange player. The orange player goes first, then play proceeds clockwise. Once you have captured an opponent's king when they don't have a king to be, then that player is eliminated from the game and you get to control their pieces as if they were your own. However, you may not promote any of their pawns or prince. When there is only one king remaining, then the game ends and the player with the remaining king wins. Minute chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Lay out a 5x6 board with the lighter squares in the bottom corners. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up rook, knight, bishop, queen, king. Black sets up the same way, so the pieces are not mirrored. Bishops may change colors by moving one space to an adjacent empty space. They may not capture or check by doing this, but they may check after doing this. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns may only promote to a queen. You are not allowed to castle. If there is no victory by 40 moves, then the game ends in a draw. You are allowed to move your king into check. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Chessel. The object of the game is to guess the entire opening sequence for both white and black in 6 tries or less. Normal mode has 3 moves for each color, while expert mode has 5. Click and drag the pieces to create the opening moves. Use the undo command as needed. When ready, click submit, and any correct move in the correct turn will highlight green, while any correct move in the incorrect turn will highlight yellow. Gray means the move is not part of the solution on any turn. You can use the Fill Previously Correct Guesses button to quickly fill in the first series of correct answers to help speed things along. You can also flip the board if you need. Guess the correct chess opening in 6 tries or less to win. Octopawn. The object of the game is to be the first player to get one pawn to the opposite side of the board. Lay out a 4x4 board. Place white's pawns on the closest row and black's pawns on the farthest. Pawns move the same as in regular chess, except they may not perform their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. If a player has no legal move, then they lose. The first player to get a pawn to the opposite side of the board wins. Elena chess. Lay out a 5x6 board with the darker squares in the bottom corners. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up knight, queen, king, bishop, rook. Black sets up the same way, so the pieces are not mirrored. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent's king wins. Petty chess. Lay out a 5x6 board with the lighter squares in the bottom corners. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up queen, king, bishop, knight, rook. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns may only promote to a higher piece you have captured. If you have none, then you may not move a pawn to the farthest row. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Simpler chess, without king and queen. The object of the game is to capture all of your opponent's pieces. Lay out a 6x6 board with a lighter square in the bottom right corner. Place white's pawns on the second row, and on the first row, set up rook, knight, bishop, bishop, knight, rook. There are no kings or queens. Mirror this setup for black. Pawns may perform their initial double-step move option. En passant is allowed like normal. Castling is not allowed. Pawns may not promote to queens. The first player to capture all of their opponent's pieces wins. Color chess. The object of the game is to force each other's moves using the colored board and to capture your opponent's king. There is no checkmate. Build the frames and fill in the board with the colored tiles one of three ways: randomly, in a pattern of your choice, or competitively by having each player alternate turns placing tiles anywhere on the board. Once the board is assembled, set up pieces like normal. On the first turn of the game, white makes one legal move to any square. Every turn after that, each player will make 2 moves per turn. Your first move must be to a square of the same color that your opponent ended their previous turn on. You must make a legal move for this if available, even if you don't want to. If there are no legal moves for this, then you skip this step. Your second move must be with a different piece to a different color than what you just moved. If you are unable to move a different piece or can't move a piece to a different color, then you skip your second move. If this happens, your opponent skips their first move and is allowed to move any piece to any color. To castle, it is the color the king moves to that counts for the move. It doesn't matter which color the rook ends on. Both pieces are considered to have moved from castling and may not be moved again in the same turn. Your king is allowed to move through check while castling. En passant is allowed like normal on either the first or second move of the very next turn. The end space for the pawn performing en passant determines the color of that move. When you promote a piece, it may not be moved again that turn. Your king doesn't have to escape check if you don't want to, and also can intentionally move into check if you want. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Sovereign Chess Royale. The rules are the same as regular Sovereign Chess, except for these changes. The object of this 4-player version of Sovereign Chess is to have the last king remaining. Set up white and black across from each other, and ash and slate across from each other, with all the queens on the light spaces. On the outside ring, beginning next to white's rook and proceeding clockwise, the order of the colored pieces is as follows: knight, rook, bishop, queen, rook, bishop, queen. The color sequence around the board goes pink, red, yellow, green, light blue, purple, yellow, orange, pink, purple, dark blue, green. The next ring in the corners, place knights, orange, dark blue, red, light blue. Place the pawns of their matching colors adjacent to the knights. In the remaining empty spaces, place pawns that match the color of the adjacent outside space. Randomly assign players colors. White goes first, then ash, then slate, then black. Players retain this turn order throughout the game, even if their colors change. There is no checkmate. Instead, kings are captured. Kings are allowed to move into check and through check while castling. Players are not obligated to moving their king out of check if they don't want to, but players must announce check at the end of their turn if they check another player or move their own king into check. There should be no surprise captures of kings due to unannounced threats or accidental moves. When your king is captured, you are not eliminated from the game, but instead continue playing as normal. You are allowed to promote a pawn to a king and thus regain the ability to win the game. You are only eliminated from the game when you have no pieces remaining to move. If you are in a situation where your king is currently not in check, but the only legal move puts your king in check, then you are not allowed to move your king into check, and you are considered to be temporarily stalemated, and your king is removed from the board. If you are unable to generate a new king before the end of the game, then you are considered to having tied for that game. If you do generate a new king, then you regain the ability to win and lose. The game ends when only one king remains, then that player is the winner. Arima Chess. To use the Arima game to play regular chess, flip the board and use the checkered side. Use the elephant as the king, the camel as the queen, the dogs as the rooks, the cats as the bishops, the horses as the knights, and the rabbits as the pawns. Spherical chess. Set out the sphere, and at the top pole, place black's king on any white triangle space. Proceeding clockwise from the king, place queen, bishop, knight, rook, rook, knight, bishop. Place pawns on the next row out. On the bottom of the sphere, mirror white's pieces so that each type of piece is on the same column as its opponent's matching piece. Players are only allowed to rotate the sphere on their turn, but they may move their body around the sphere for a better viewing angle at any time, so long as it doesn't impede their opponent's turn. Pawns move forward towards their opponent's pole. Pawns promote like normal when they reach any of their opponent's rear rank starting positions. En passant is allowed like normal. There are no edges to the board. Pieces can travel around its circumference and across the top and bottom poles. Pieces may not travel around the board in a single move and end on the same space it started on. It must move to a different space. When traveling across a pole, the two triangle spaces directly opposite each other are both orthogonally and diagonally adjacent. Rooks move in a straight line across a pole. A knight counts the triangle space opposite as one of its normal spaces to determine its movement. The knight's 90-degree turn in its movement will allow it to move to some unique spaces when near a pole. Diagonal movement across a pole continues out of the opposite triangle in the opposite rotation it entered. It is as if the two opposite triangles are smashed together to form a single space with 4 corners. Then, the diagonal movement travels out of the opposite corner it entered. For example, if a bishop travels into a pole counterclockwise, it will continue its movement clockwise out of the opposite triangle space. You can choose to stop a diagonal movement before crossing the pole or on the triangle space immediately after crossing the pole if you want. A bishop or queen starting its diagonal move on a triangle space is allowed to cross the pole and travel in either diagonal direction out of the opposite triangle. If the king is in a triangle space, it is allowed to move across the pole to the opposite triangle. A king may not move to any other triangle space that isn't adjacent to it. To castle, move the king 2 spaces around the pole towards either rook. Then move the rook to the other side of the king. You are allowed to castle both clockwise and counterclockwise with the same rook so long as all the normal requirements for castling are followed. But you may not castle across a pole. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Mega Chess. The object of the game is to be the last player remaining. Lay out the blue side of the board and, centered along the flat edge, set up white's pieces as you normally would. Set up black on the left and red on the right. Leave the 4th row empty and start a rook with the outer 5th row. Then, follow the diagonal path up on the outside edge of the board, setting up the pieces as you normally would with the kings across from each other on row 9. Place pawns to the right of black and the left of red. White goes first, then play proceeds clockwise. Pawns are allowed to move 1 space forwards, backwards, left, or right, but they can only capture 1 space in any diagonal direction, including backwards, even to their back row. Pawns are still allowed their initial double-step move option, but with the added benefit that they may combine any 2 movement for both steps, either moving 2 in 1 direction or 1 space in 2 directions. But they can't move diagonally. Pawns may not combine a capture with a movement for their double-step move. En passant is allowed like normal if at least one of the spaces passed is capturable. Pawns promote when they reach the back row starting space of either opponent's higher rank pieces. The rear rank starting empty spaces do not allow for a promotion. Castling is allowed like normal. To castle on the diagonals, move your king 2 spaces towards the rook along the outside edge of the board, then move the rook to the opposite side of the king. Checkmate is considered pending until the checkmated player has their next turn. If the 3rd player's turn is in between, then they have the option to stop the checkmate with their move if they want. If a player moves a piece so that a check is created by another player, then that player may not capture that king if the next turn is theirs. Instead, they must make a different move, and if the check remains after that turn, then the following player needs to address it. A player may resign at any time. When a player is checkmated or resigns, they are eliminated from the game. There are 3 options to play with to determine what happens next that you should agree to before starting the game. Option 1. Remove all the eliminated players' pieces from the board. Option 2. Leave the eliminated players' pieces on the board. Those pieces may not be moved or captured, but are instead obstacles for the remainder of the game. Option 3. Leave the pieces on the board. They may not move, but they may be captured like normal by the remaining players. If you reach a stalemate at any point in the game by any single player, then the entire game ends in a draw for all 3 players, even if one of them had been eliminated earlier. Space chess. Lay out the board with each level oriented so the board notations line up on top of each other. Set up the black pieces on board A and the white pieces on board C. On each piece's first move of the game, that piece must transfer to the same relative space on the next adjoining level at the end of the move, up 1 level for white and down 1 level for black, with the following exceptions. 1. The destination space on the next level must be vacant. If it is blocked, then the piece doesn't change levels. 2. The king has the option of staying on its current level if you want, and if you castle, you can choose to keep the rook and king on the same level or move them both to the next level. The king and rook must stay together. You may not change levels for just one of them. 3. If your king is in check, then you may use a piece's first move and remain on the same level if it stops the threat. 4. If a piece's first move lands on a star space, that piece may move to either of the 2 other levels if you want. After a piece's first move, the only way for it to change levels is by ending a turn on a star square. If it does, it can move to the same relative vacant star square on either level if you want. It doesn't matter if a piece is in between. Pieces may only move between levels after their normal move is complete. They may not change levels before moving. Pieces may only capture enemy pieces that start the move on the same level. You may not capture across levels. If you capture a piece on a star space, then after capturing, you may move levels if you want. The king square is a special square that allows either king to move exactly 1 level up or down to the same relative location if that square is vacant if you want. The king is allowed to move to an adjacent king square and change levels to escape check or checkmate. The king cannot move to a star or king square that is threatened, even if the space on another level is safe. Likewise, a king cannot travel to another level if the destination space is threatened. Pawns promote like normal when they reach the opposite side of any board level. En passant is allowed like normal, even if the pawn being captured changed levels at the end of its move. The frame holding up the board does not block or impede movement. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Shuro, lay out the board, and each player secretly forms their army on their roster sheet. Each player has a total of 800 points from which they can use to purchase pieces. The cost of each piece is listed here, and the maximum allowed quantity for each piece is listed here. You may not have more than 32 pieces total in your army, and one of those pieces must be a king. Once both players have finished purchasing their armies, you prepare the battlefield. The board is divided into 4 quadrants, each made up of a 6x6 area. Roll a single 6-sided die 2 times to determine which square within the quadrant a pillar is placed. Repeat this step so that there are 2 pillars in each quadrant. If you roll the same result for a second pillar as you did for the first, then the second is not placed and that quadrant will only have 1 pillar in it. Once a pillar is placed, it may not be moved for the remainder of the game. Pillars are obstacles that block the square they are on so no piece, except for a knight, can move onto or through it. Once all the pillars have been placed, players then deploy their armies. Players reveal their rosters, and each player takes pieces of the same color from their roster and places them next to the board so their opponent can see them. Each player rolls a die, and the lowest number goes first, placing a single piece, then turns alternate. The deployment rules are: once you touch a piece, you must place it on the board. Once you release a piece on the board, you may not move it. If you finish placing all your pieces before your opponent does, then skip your turn. The king must be your first piece deployed, and it must be placed somewhere within the center 6 squares on your closest row. Next, you must place your nobles. Nobles are knights, bishops, rooks, and queens. They may be placed in any order. Nobles cannot be placed on your second row until your first row is filled. Likewise on your third row until your second row is filled. Pieces may not be deployed on top of pillars except for knights. However, a knight cannot be deployed to a second row until all the pillars and squares on the first row are full. After placing all your nobles, pawns are deployed the same way, except they may never be placed on your closest row, even if there are still empty squares there. After both players have deployed all their pieces, fighting begins. Both players roll dice, and the highest goes first. It is possible, and legal, to begin the game in check or to capture your opponent's king on the very first turn, thus winning the game immediately. Pawns that start the game on your third row are not allowed to perform their initial double-step move option, but pawns on your second row still can. En passant is allowed like normal. Pawns promote like normal when they reach the opposite side of the board. Castling is not allowed. Only knights are allowed to jump over pillars or move onto and off of them. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Mini Shuro. The rules are the same as regular Shuro, except for these changes. Players form their armies using 200 points instead of 800, with a maximum quantity of 10 pieces instead of 32, with a maximum of 6 pawns. Use a smaller 6x6 board and 2 pillars instead of 8. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Duck chess. There is no check or checkmate. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. On your turn, after making your move, you must move the duck to any empty space on the board. The duck is an obstacle that no piece can share a space with. The duck cannot be captured or moved through. Knights are allowed to jump over it. You may move your king to a threatened space, and you do not have to block the threat with the duck if you don't want to. You are allowed to castle through a threatened space, but you may not castle through the duck. There is no stalemate. If, on your turn, you have no possible moves whatsoever, not even a king move onto a threatened space, then you have been fouled, and you win the game immediately. Magnetic chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. There is no check or checkmate. Except for kings, all pieces have a magnetic charge. White is negative and black is positive. After every move, the closest piece above, below, to the right, and left of the piece moved are affected. Ignore diagonals. Opposite colors are attracted to each other, so move opposing pieces in a straight line adjacent to the moved piece. Pieces of the same color are repelled and move away from the moved piece in a straight line until they run into another piece or the edge of the board. Only the closest first piece is affected. Kings and pieces behind kings or other pieces are unaffected. En passant is not allowed. After castling, apply the magnetic movement for the rook. If a magnetic move pushes a pawn to the opposite side of the board, it promotes like normal. Pawns that are moved to their owner's first or second row regain their double-step move option. Since there is no check or checkmate, you are allowed to move a piece in such a way that the magnetic move puts your king in threat. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Action Man's Chess. The object of the game is to capture all your opponent's pieces, or both players can agree to stop playing at any time and the player with the most points wins. Lay out a 5x6 board with the darker squares on the bottom. On each player's second row, they set up spearmen. On their first row, from left to right, set up rook, bishop, queen, rook, bishop. Spearmen move one space forward or backwards, but can only capture one space forward. Spearmen are not pawns and therefore are not allowed the double-step move option, en passant, or promotion. You are not allowed to castle. Each time you capture an opponent's piece, you earn points. Spearmen are worth 1, bishops 3, rooks 5, and queens are worth 9. The first player to capture all their opponent's pieces wins. Square off. Grand Kingdom set. Turn on the unit and set up the pieces. Launch the Square Off app and connect to your board. Select the type of game you want and configure the settings. Hit play game to begin. To move a piece, gently press down on it until you hear a beep. Then pick it up and move it to the destination square and gently press down on that square until you hear a beep. Do not slide the pieces across the board. After you move, your opponent will automatically move its pieces. Then you can go. If you want to move a different piece than the one you just pressed down, simply press down on it in its current space and pick a different piece to move. If you move a piece illegally, the board will beep at you and you will need to try again. When you capture a piece, place it on its corresponding icon on your right-hand side of the board. Begin by filling the outer line first, and pawns go from bottom to top. When you promote a piece, select the promotion on the app and swap out the piece. If the promoted piece gets captured, it will move it to the next pawn space. You can then change that piece back into a pawn. To castle, press down on the king, then move it 2 spaces and press down again. Then move the rook to the other side without pressing down. In the bottom left of the app, you can tap the board icon to see a graphical representation of the board as well as the most recent move. The board will beep twice when someone wins. To resign a game, tap the bottom right and press Resign. At the end of the game, press the Reset Chess Pieces to have the board automatically move all the pieces back to their starting positions. Or you can reset the board by hand. 007 Chess Détente. Each turn, each player makes 3 moves. The first move must be with one of their own pieces, the second move with one of their opponents, and the third another one of their own. The first and third moves must be different pieces if legally allowed. If the only legal move is to move the same piece again, then you are allowed to do so. You are not allowed to capture your opponent's piece that you moved on your second move with your third move. All moves must be legal from the perspective of the player who controls the piece. For example, enemy pawns move towards you, and if promoted, the owner of the pawn picks the promotion, not the player moving it. If your first move puts your enemy in check, then you must use your second move to escape check. If your second move puts you in check, your third move must move you out of check. You are allowed to give checkmate on moves 1 and 3, and likewise, you can be checkmated on your own second move and lose the game. You may not expose either king to check when moving a piece of the same color. You must make all 3 moves. You cannot skip any of them. If it is impossible to take all 3 moves, then the game ends in a draw. There is no restriction against using a move to reverse the move your opponent made on your piece the previous turn. Berolina chess. Pawns are replaced by Berolina pawns. Berolina pawns move 1 space diagonally forward but can only capture 1 square in front of them. Berolina pawns are allowed an initial double-step move option as well as en passant. Berolina pawns promote like a normal pawn when reaching the farthest row. Anti-king chess. The object of the game is to checkmate your opponent's king or their anti-king. During setup, place black's anti-king on d3 and white's on d6. The anti-king is a king and moves like a king, but it is in check whenever it is not attacked by an opposing piece. If you end your turn so that your opponent's anti-king is in a position where it cannot move to a threatened space, then you have checkmated your opponent's anti-king and you win. Additionally, the anti-kings may not capture opposing pieces, but may capture friendly ones. Anti-kings may not be captured, only checkmated. Anti-kings do not offer check to friendly kings, and kings cannot attack or capture anti-kings. The first player to checkmate their opponent's king or anti-king wins. Self-eliminator chess, also called capture chess, you are allowed to capture your own pieces. Castling is allowed when there are pieces in between the rook and king, but all pieces in between are captured and removed from the board. Other than castling, you may not capture multiple of your own pieces in a single move. You still only capture the first piece you move into. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Ultimate en passant chess, every piece is allowed to perform an en passant move against any other piece. Whenever an enemy piece moves past a square that one of your pieces could have captured to if that piece had instead moved there, then, on your very next turn, you may capture that enemy piece by moving your piece to the passed over square. You may only perform an en passant the very next turn. You may not save it for a later turn. You cannot en passant to a piece's starting square. If multiple squares are viable for an en passant capture, then you may pick any one of them for your piece to end on. You may en passant a piece that just performed an en passant. There is no limit to the number of en passant moves you can string together in this way. Since the knight jumps with its move and does not pass through other squares, it can never be captured by en passant. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Hidden identity chess, there is no check or checkmate. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Each piece is replaced by a special chess piece whose identity can only be seen on one side. During setup, each player places their pieces however they want on their closest 2 rows, with their pieces' identities facing them, hidden from their opponent. There is no restriction to where pieces can be placed. Pawns are allowed to be placed on the first row, and bishops can be placed on the same color. Whenever a piece is captured, its identity is revealed. Pawns on the first row are allowed an initial double-step move if you want. A pawn that moves to the second row still is allowed to perform a double-step move. En passant is allowed like normal against an opponent's pawn taking a double-step move from either the first or second row. However, if the opponent's piece being captured isn't a pawn, then the pawn performing the en passant is removed from the board instead. When performing en passant, announce what you are doing, but leave the identity of the piece you are trying to capture hidden. Your opponent then says if it is a pawn. If it isn't, then the piece's identity remains hidden. The king is allowed to move to a threatened space. Castling is allowed if the rook is on the same row as the king and there are no other pieces in between. To castle, move the king 2 spaces towards the rook, then move that rook to the other side of the king. If a rook is 2 spaces away or adjacent to the king, then the king takes the space of the rook and the rook is moved to the other side. You may only castle if it is the king and rook's first move of the game. If ever a piece is moved illegally, or it's discovered to have had moved illegally in the past, then the illegally moved piece is removed from the board, and the opponent of that piece also removes any single enemy piece of their choice from the board as a penalty. If the illegally moved piece was already removed from the board when discovered, then the opponent removes 2 pieces of their choice instead. If the removed piece was the king, then they win the game immediately. If a player performs more than 1 illegal move in a game, then they immediately lose. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. You can also play with the revealed king's variant. At the start of the game, use a divider when setting up the pieces and play with a normal king. Remove the divider to begin play. Both players will now play the game with knowledge of the enemy king's location. If your opponent performs an illegal move, then instead of removing pieces, you win the game immediately. Rewinding chess. The object of the game is to be the first player to get all their pieces back to their original starting position, as if you were playing a game of chess backwards. Lay out the board. The player playing as black places the white king on any square on their opponent's half of the board. Then their opponent does the same with the black king, but it may not be adjacent to the white king. Place all the other pieces to the side to create the pool. Black goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you may perform one of 3 actions. 1. You may move one of your opponent's pieces and place one of your pieces from the pool in its starting square, as if your opponent had captured that piece. 2. You may move one of your own pieces and place an opponent's piece from the pool on its starting square. 3. You may move one of your pieces to another square. Pieces must always be placed from the pool. If the piece does not exist in the pool, then you may not place it. You may not capture an opponent's piece. Pawns must move backwards towards you. You are allowed to end your turn with your king in check, but you are not allowed to end your turn with your opponent's king in check. If your opponent's king is in check, then you must make a move to remove that check. If you are unable to remove the threat of check from your opponent's king, then you lose the game. The king may not place a piece that creates check and move to a threatened square in the same turn. You may only move an enemy pawn or create an enemy pawn on a column where no other enemy pawn exists and where no pawn is between it and its owner's closest row. You are allowed to move your own pawns to the same column if you want. Pawns are allowed a reverse double step move on their fourth row if you want, as well as reverse en passant. If you perform a reverse en passant, then your opponent must move their pawn to their second row on their very next turn. You are not allowed to perform a reverse en passant if this space is blocked. Pawns may never be placed or moved to their owner's closest row. You are allowed to demote pieces on their owner's farthest row to pawns. You are allowed to reverse castle. Once you do, the rook and king may no longer move. Each player's bishops must be created on opposite colors. If ever you are in a position where you create a paradox of rules or moves, or it is impossible for you to make a legal move, then you lose. The first player to get all of their pieces back to their original chess starting locations wins. Third Millennium Chess. Set out the cylinder board between the two players. There are two king lines on the cylinder, indicated by the squares that are colored into thirds. Set up the higher rank, lighter colored pieces on the king line with the lighter square on the far right like you normally would, except with double-sided splittable knights instead of traditional knights. Place the lighter pawns on both sides of the king line. On the exact opposite side of the cylinder, set up the darker colored pieces on the other king line in the same way. You may only rotate the cylinder during your turn. Pawns must always move in the direction away from their own king line. Pawns promote like normal when they reach their opponent's king line. En passant is allowed like normal. Higher rank pieces can move any direction on the board and can cross over both players' king lines an unlimited number of times. Pieces may move completely around the board in a single move so long as they do not end their move on the same square they started on. They must stop on a different square. Castling is allowed like normal. The double-sided splittable knight is two knights combined into one. These knights may move in tandem with each other in a single move, like a traditional knight, or you may choose to move only one of them and split them into two separate knights. Split knights move like a normal knight, and can rejoin with their other half. Once rejoined, the double-sided knight can move in tandem again or split again. There is no limit to the number of times a knight can join or split. Knights can only join with their original half. They may not join with any other knight. If you capture a joined knight, then both pieces of that knight are removed from the board. But if you capture a split knight, then only that split piece is removed from the board. Pawns may promote to a double-sided splittable knight if you want, but not to a traditional knight. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chess 4.5. Set up the pieces, but before players pick colors, one player is chosen at random. Starting with white, the chosen player makes 5 moves for white and 4 moves for black, alternating moves between the two colors. All moves must be legal, and the chosen player may choose to capture pieces if they want. Once finished, the second player then decides which color they would like to play for the remainder of the game, and the game continues with the black pieces getting the next move. Time control chess. If you run out of time, you lose the game. Set the chess clock to the side of the board in easy reach of the two players. The player going second presses their button to start the game. During your turn, your time counts down. Press your button to stop your time and start your opponent's time. If your time reaches 0, you lose, unless your opponent has insufficient material to win. Then the game ends in a draw. There are multiple variants for time control chess that change the constraints for the amount of time each player gets to make their moves. You can choose to play with or without time increments if you like. A time increment is the amount of time, usually in seconds, that is added to your time after you complete a move. You can play with partial time, so that your increments can never bring your time higher than the amount of time you began your turn with. You can also play with limited time. Limited time means that each player must make each move within a certain time limit or they lose. The limit resets after each move. You can play with time buffer, which means that a player is not allowed to end their turn until a specific minimum amount of time has passed. You can configure the players to have different amounts of time in order to accommodate for differences in skill. During setup, configure a chess clock to the appropriate time according to the variant you are playing. Rapid chess is anywhere from 10 to 60 minutes per player and is commonly played with 10-second time increments. Blitz chess is 10 minutes or less per player, but typically uses 3 minutes with 2-second increments. Bullet chess is anything less than 3 minutes per player, with lower time controls being called Hyper Bullet for 30 seconds per player and Ultra Bullet for 15 seconds per player. Bullet typically plays with 1 or 2-second increments. If you play online, you don't have to worry about knocking over your pieces, and you can also allow pre-moving, which is the ability to make your move before your opponent has taken their turn, thus automatically moving your piece on your turn using up very little time. Armageddon chess is a variant of blitz chess where black wins drawn games, but white gets more time on the clock. Common times are 6 minutes for white and 5 minutes for black. Lightning chess uses limited time of 10 seconds or less. Determine which rules you will play with before beginning the game. Rifle chess. Pieces no longer move to an opponent's square when capturing. Instead of moving to capture, your piece remains where it is, and you remove the opponent's piece that is on the square that your piece could capture. You may only capture one piece a turn, and you do not have to capture a piece if you don't want to. A pawn performing on Peasant remains where it is and removes the passed over piece. Your king is allowed to capture an opponent's adjacent piece that is protected so long as the king does not remain in check at the end of the turn. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Dark chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. Parts of the board are hidden from view. You can only see your pieces, one space around each of your pieces, and the spaces any of your pieces could move or attack to. At the top of the screen is the time you have remaining before you automatically lose the game. On the side of the screen is a list of the enemy pieces you've captured. You are allowed to castle through a threatened space. If you play the campaign, you'll face opponents that have special unknown rules for you to figure out, like fighting an army of knights, traps in the floor, or they'll have the ability to swap the location of their pieces. There are also checkmate puzzles to solve, unique board setups, and possibly more. Click the Rules button in the top left to see the objective for the level you are playing. The mystery and challenge is yours to discover. Cheater's chess. During the game, each player is allowed to perform one illegal move by creating a new rule that both players must follow for the rest of the game. You may only create a rule while it is your turn, and you may only create one rule. The rule may only apply to one piece, and it must be the piece you are currently moving in the illegal way you are moving it. After you perform your illegal move, you must state out loud the rule you are creating. Your rule applies to all the pieces of the same type on the board, regardless of who controls them, as well as future promotions. You may not create limitations on which pieces are affected by your rule. Your rule may not limit or change a piece's traditional chess moves, but you may add movement to it. Your rule may not allow pieces to capture more than one piece a turn. Your rule may not affect a piece that is out of play so that you add it to the board, apart from promotions. Your rule may not result in your immediate victory on the turn you created it, and your rule may not negate, change, or alter your opponent's rule. Rules that are created around specific locations on the board are mirrored for their opponent. For example, if black's rule is that pawns promote on the 6th row, then white's pawns would promote on the 3rd row. You may not create a rule to escape checkmate or make checkmate impossible. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chess, the lost pieces. Customize your army by swapping out for different pieces. Hovering over a piece says what it does. Only certain pieces can replace certain types of pieces. You can rearrange their starting positions too. You are allowed to remove non-king pieces on your first row if you want. Each piece has a weight. Your army's total weight cannot exceed 150 for online play. In the campaign, you begin with a limited number of pieces. You can then purchase new pieces with the gold you gain from beating levels, as well as earn some for free. Move your king along the path, and as you reach different destinations, you can collect gold, unmake, items, free pieces, and battle. You can only move to the right. You cannot move backwards. While battling, hover over a piece and hold down the Shift key to see its available moves. Hold down Control to see the piece's card description. During a battle, you can use an Unmake token to undo your last move. Items are consumable pieces that you can drop onto your half of the board to use for the rest of the battle. Consumed items won't be available after the battle. Make your way through the campaign and beat the final level to win. Shotgun King, the final checkmate. The object of the game is to beat the 10th floor, then the final boss, by killing the enemy king on each level. The only piece you have is a king armed with a shotgun. Left-click an adjacent space to move your king. Left-click on an enemy or in the direction of an enemy to fire your gun. Your weapon's stats are seen here. The power of your weapon decreases the farther away your target is, but you will be able to hit multiple targets. Each time you move, you will reload your gun from your reserve. If your gun is fully loaded, then it will generate 1 ammo to your reserve, unless that is also full. You can also manually reload your gun by clicking the gun icon or pressing the spacebar. If you are about to take an action that will result in you losing, the game will make this sound, and one of your shields will be consumed. Move your king to a new space to regenerate your shields. When you run out of shields, you will no longer be warned about losing. If your king dies, you lose the game. Hover over an enemy to see its health, movement, and time. Time is the number of turns it will take before that piece moves. The turn right before a piece moves, that piece will start shaking to indicate it will move after your next action. Multiple enemy pieces can move each turn. A piece's remaining time is ignored if you move to or remain in a threatened square, resulting in it immediately capturing you. When a piece's health reaches 0, that piece is destroyed. Then you will capture its soul if you don't already have one. You can left-click on your soul card, then an indicated space on the board to move your king as the captured soul 1 time, consuming the card. There is no limit to the number of soul cards you can use and recapture during a game. Right-click while using the soul card to cancel using it and save it for later. After you eliminate the enemy king, you will get to pick between 2 upgrade paths. Each upgrade has 2 cards, 1 black and 1 white. Each black card benefits you while each white card benefits the enemy. However, some white cards can benefit you too. Each card says what it does and will permanently change the rules for the remainder of the game. Hover over a card to read what it does. After you beat the final boss, you will unlock the next difficulty. Throughout playing, you can also unlock different weapons your king can use to help aid you in your quest. Chess Evolved Online. The object of the game is to reduce your opponent's morale to 0. There is no check or checkmate. Each time you capture a unit, your opponent loses morale based on that unit's value. Click on a unit to see how it moves, its value, and any special abilities it might have. If an ability is unblockable, that means it jumps over other pieces when it moves, like a knight. If you capture your opponent's king, they will immediately lose 25 morale, plus an additional 3 morale every turn thereafter. There is no stalemate or draw by move repetition. Instead, after 50 moves, as indicated in the top right, each player will lose 1 morale after each of their turns. Click and hold on a unit to have its available moves highlight. Since there are so many custom units with so many unique moves, the board will display a danger grid to allow you to play faster. Blue marks indicate available spaces you can move to that are not threatened, while red marks indicate threatened spaces. After you move a unit, blue circles may appear to indicate protected units, with blue lines showing which unit is protecting them. Likewise, red indicates pieces you are threatening. You can toggle these visuals on and off in the settings. Units on your second row are called minions, and units on your first row are called champions. Minions promote to specific champions as indicated in their description upon reaching the other side of the board. When building your army, your first row may only have champions, while your second may only have minions. All spaces in the first two rows must be occupied to have a complete army. You may not battle with an incomplete army. Your army's value may not exceed your allowed total points. As you level up, this number will increase. In the store, you can use Dragon Coin and rubies to buy specific individual units or groups of random ones to permanently add to your collection. Units can be upgraded into stronger versions of themselves by combining your available inventory together. Upgraded minions promote to upgraded champions. Some units have abilities that happen automatically, while others you need to activate manually. If an ability says you need to pay, then you subtract the cost from your morale to use it. Castling has been replaced with giving the king a similar yet more powerful ability. En passant is currently not allowed. Click on your profile name to surrender a game. If you make an in-game purchase, you will receive crowns. Crowns slowly generate royal power. You can use your royal power to send another player contribution. Contribution can then be redeemed for rubies. Auto chess. The object of the game is to defeat your enemy by winning multiple rounds. At the start of each round, 5 random characters will generate for you to purchase from if you want. Click on a unit to purchase it. The cost of the unit is below it, and the amount of gold you have is in the top right. Purchased units go to your bench. You can click and drag them to the field. If you purchase 3 identical units, they will upgrade to a higher, stronger level. Each unit has a rarity. Your level, indicated in the bottom left, determines the probability of the rarity of the 5 random units that are generated. Rarer units are more powerful but not unlocked until you reach higher levels. You can pay 2 gold to refresh the list of units. You earn gold at the end of each round. Click your gold icon to see the estimated earnings for the next round. You can drag units to the field. These units will fight for you automatically. You can see their attack range. If you select a unit, you can see its stats as well as special ability. Throughout the game, you will collect equipment that you can attach to your units. You can also combine your equipment together to upgrade it. If you click this button, it will automatically rearrange all of your equipment to maximize the best benefits based on your army. Once the time reaches 0, the fight begins and no more units can be added to the board. Units fight automatically, you cannot control them. Units gain special bonuses based on having different types with matching symbols. If you click this side button, you can examine your opponent's armies in further detail. Clicking on an opponent will show you their board and units. At the end of the round, the losing player will take damage equal to the combined value of their opponent's remaining forces. The last player surviving after everyone else has been eliminated wins. Almost chess. During setup, replace the queen with a chancellor. The chancellor has the combined movement of a knight and rook. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Amazon chess. During setup, replace the queen with an Amazon. The Amazon has the combined movements of a queen and knight. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Adjutant chess, also called extra corners chess, add 2 extra squares to the board on the first and last row, one next to each rook. Pieces are allowed to move to the extra squares. Kings are allowed to castle 2 or 3 squares on either side, with the rooks going to their normal square. You can castle 3 spaces on the king side by moving your king to your rook's space, Or you can choose to castle the traditional 2 spaces if you want. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Carrara's chess. Lay out a 10 by 8 board with a white square in the bottom right. Set up pawns on white's second row. On their first, from left to right, set up rook, centaur, knight, bishop, queen, king, bishop, knight, champion, rook. Mirror this setup for black. The centaur has the combined moves of a bishop and knight. The champion has the combined moves of the rook and knight. You are not allowed to castle. En passant is not allowed. However, you are not allowed to perform a pawn's double step move if it blocks a check and that pawn would land next to an opponent's pawn. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. The world's smallest chess. The rules are the same as regular chess, there are no changes. The Queen's Gambit board game. The object of the game is to have the most points when the last chess token is taken. Lay out the board. Pick a random setup card and set out the chess tokens on the board as indicated. The color of each piece does not matter. The number on each token indicates that token's point value. Each player takes a Gambit token and matching colored deck. Beginning with the oldest player, then proceeding counterclockwise, each player places their Gambit on any available start space. The player who places last will move first when the game begins. Gambits have the movement ability of the card you play. Move your Gambit to the same space as a chess token to capture it, placing it in front of you. You may not move through or capture another player's Gambit, but you can jump over them with a knight move. Only the players' Gambits can move on the board. The chess tokens do not move. All the players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards. Each player places 3 cards face down in front of them, one next to the other. Then each player draws 1 card from their deck. On your turn, flip your leftmost face down card face up to a discard pile, then move your Gambit based on the card you revealed. Then place 1 card from your hand face down to the right of your last face down card. Draw 1 card from your deck, then your turn ends. The next player clockwise takes a turn. If your draw deck runs out of cards, shuffle your discard into a new one. Play continues until the last chess token has been captured, then the player with the most points wins. In the event of a tie, then the tied player who had the closest to last turn wins. Chess match. The object of the game is to gather points by making matches of 3 or more in a row. Click on a piece, then a valid destination to have the 2 pieces swap places. The game will automatically collect matches and score your points. Depending on which piece you move, you get more or less points per match. Pawns are worth 8, knights 7, bishops 6, kings 5, rooks 4, and queens 3. The top left indicates what piece is a bonus and worth more. The smaller piece next to it indicates what the next bonus will be. Each round, you only have a certain number of moves you are allowed to make in order to reach the point goal for the round. There is also a time limit for you to make those moves in. Additionally, chickens will be flying across the board. Make a capture while a chicken is above it to destroy the chicken and collect a chip. If you catch more than 1 chicken at a time, you will earn combo points, added to your score at the end of the game. If a chicken makes it across to the other side, you will take damage. If your health reaches 0, you lose the game. You can spend chips to gain powerful abilities to help you. Spend 1 chip to shuffle the board, 6 chips to slow time for a little bit, 9 chips to recover your health. Score the needed points within the time and move limit without losing all of your health to win. Cooperative chess. The object of the game is for both players to work together to achieve a checkmate on either color while occupying all of the mandatory squares. The game is played in rounds. Each round, both players will pre-move 2 moves. Once both players are ready, hit submit, and the game will execute the pre-moves by both players in turn order. You need to occupy every target square as indicated by a black box and exclamation point. If all the target squares are not occupied at the end of a round, you lose. The square with a question mark is a bonus square. If you occupy that square in addition to the target squares at the end of the round, then, in the next round, one player will have one additional move they can perform. This bonus move will alternate between players. If you check a king before all the pre-moves have taken place, then the moves will be halted, and the player in check will need to address the check before the rest of the pre-moves can continue. If a piece is unable to make a pre-move, then the moves will pause so the player can make a new move. If you checkmate an opponent's king before all the moves are complete, then the round will end immediately. If you aren't occupying all the target squares, then you lose. En passant is not allowed. Castling is allowed like normal. You can play custom games where you can change the number of target squares and the number of turns each player gets per round. There are also puzzles you can play. Chess lock. The object of the game is to be the first player to occupy their opponent's throne. There is no check or checkmate. Each level, the pieces will be set up a unique way. Left-click on a piece to select it, then left-click on another square to move it. Walls on squares cannot be occupied or pass through, but knights can jump over them. Once you've confirmed your move, click the End Turn button, or you can right-click. As you win levels, you earn experience which you can use to upgrade your units by giving them powerful abilities. Each ability says what it does, and the green numbers to the sides indicate what improvements will happen when the ability level is increased. Each turn, you must move one piece, and you may also perform one ability if you want. Click a piece to see its abilities. Click on the ability you want to use, then on pieces or the board for how you want to use it. In a single turn, you can move, then perform an ability, or perform an ability, then move. En passant is not allowed. Castling is not allowed. Instead, it has been transformed into an ability. Once you occupy your opponent's throne, they will get one final turn to remove you. If they are unable to remove you, then you win. Chess Extra. The game is played on a 10 by 10 board with 2 new pieces. The assassin moves and can capture 1 space backwards and jumps exactly 2 spaces diagonally. The assassin can move without capturing 1 space forward, left, or right. The priest moves and captures exactly 1 space diagonally. When the priest captures a pawn, that pawn will be converted to the same color as the priest and placed at the priest's previous location. There are additional game modes you can play. Traps mode gives each player 1 trap to place on any space in their 4th or 5th row. Traps are invisible to the other player. When any piece moves onto or through a trapped square, that piece is immobilized for its entire next turn. Pieces may jump over traps without getting caught. Reinforcements mode sets up the game with 4 additional pawns for each side, starting in different locations based on the selected configuration. Random Positions mode randomizes the starting positions of each player's rear rank pieces. Fog of War mode is the same as regular chess, except you can only see the spaces that your pieces can move to. This icon will appear if your king is in check. 4-player chess. The rules are the same as 3-player chess, except for these changes. Set up the pieces in their matching color quadrant. Each player picks a color to control. There are 2 teams, the white and brown team, and the blue and orange team. The player with the white pieces goes first, followed by orange, brown, then blue. The game ends once one player has been checkmated, with the team that delivered the checkmate winning. Checkmate happens at the start of the player's turn who is threatening an opponent's king. A king may not capture a piece protected by that piece's teammate, even if your teammate could capture it before its next turn. You may not capture your teammate's pieces. Therefore, you do not threaten your teammate's king, and your teammate may castle through a space you can move to. You are allowed to block a check on your teammate, but you may not move a piece so your teammate is in check, even if your teammate could capture it before its next turn. When traveling through the center rosette, the spaces directly opposite each other, as well as their adjacent rosette spaces, are not diagonally or orthogonally connected through the center. This means that diagonal movement through the center may not continue to the opposite rosette. Nor can the king, queen, or knight when starting on a rosette, travel to any of these spaces. Here are the knight's available moves when starting on a rosette. Pawns always move away from their own base towards an opponent's base. They can capture diagonally through the rosette towards either opponent, but after doing so, they will only be able to advance towards that opponent. It is impossible for a pawn to occupy a space inside their teammates' quarter of the board. A pawn's initial double-step move and en passant are allowed like normal. The first team to checkmate one opponent wins. FPS chess. Every time you try to capture a piece, you will engage in a first-person shooter combat between the two pieces. Each piece has a different weapon and abilities. The winner of the fight occupies the square on the board. En passant is allowed like normal, and if the defending pawn wins, it is returned to the passed-over square. Castling is allowed like normal. There is no check or checkmate. The first player to destroy the enemy king wins. Less chess. The object of the game is to be the first player to have 3 pieces simultaneously attacking their opponent's king. Lay out the board. Each player takes a set of matching colored pieces and deck, and places their king on its start square. Each player shuffles their deck and places it face down next to the board. The player with the white pieces goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, discard the top card of your deck, then either add that piece to the board by placing it on an empty square that is orthogonally adjacent to any of your pieces already in play, or you may move a piece that is already on the board as indicated by the card. There is no check or checkmate. You may capture pieces like normal, but the king may not move, capture, nor be captured. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option, therefore en passant is not allowed. Pawns promote when reaching the other side of the board. Castling is not allowed. You are allowed to move even if your king is attacked. If, on your turn, you are unable to place a piece or move a piece, then the game ends in a draw. If you run out of cards, flip your discard over, without shuffling it, into a new draw deck. After placing or moving a piece, you then count the number of attacks on your opponent's king. If you have 3 simultaneous attacks, then you win. If both players have 3 simultaneous attacks, then the game ends in a draw. Grand chess. Lay out a 10 by 10 board. Place pawns on white's 3rd row. On their 2nd row, from left to right, place empty, knight, bishop, queen, king, marshal, cardinal, bishop, knight, empty. Place rooks in the corners. Mirror this setup for black. The marshal has the combined moves of the rook and knight. The cardinal has the combined moves of a bishop and knight. Pawns are allowed their initial double-step move option, and en passant is allowed like normal. Pawns may promote at the 8th or 9th row, or they must promote when they reach the other side of the board. Pawns can promote to any non-pawn piece that your opponent has captured. If your opponent hasn't captured any, then a pawn may not promote nor move to the last row. A pawn on the 9th row can still check an enemy king even if there isn't a piece it can promote to. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. 4D illusion chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. There is no check or checkmate. Lay out the board long ways between the 2 players. Each space on the board is considered a square regardless of its perceived shape. On your 2nd row, set up 9 pawns like so. On your 1st row, set up rook, knight, bishop, king, bishop, knight, rook. On your bottommost bonus square, place your queen. Squares along the edges of the board are not diagonally connected to each other. Squares not on the edge of the board are only diagonally connected to the corners of adjacent squares that are also not orthogonally adjacent to it. In certain locations, this results in preventing further diagonal movement in a specific direction, while in other cases, it allows for multiple diagonal movement options. Movement across multiple squares must always be in a continuous straight line, though the perception of that line may curve. A straight line is considered moving across a square to the opposite line or corner from where you entered. Moves strung together this way are considered straight, though they may curve across the board. Colored squares are grouped into sets of 9, with each set having a matching colored set on the other side of the board, making a pair. Each colored set is conjoined with its pair so that the two sets are considered a single set of 9 squares. Any piece to occupy a colored square actually occupies both colored squares in the same pair simultaneously. Use the board markers to identify the correct orientation of the sets and add an extra identical piece marker to the square of the other set to indicate this. A piece beginning its turn on a colored square can move from either of its conjoined locations on the board. In a single move, a piece may travel through colored squares like it traditionally would, or it may travel through a colored square's conjoined location and continue in the same relative direction it was traveling. You may not perform an infinite move, nor return to the space that you started on. When a piece on a colored square is captured, remove both copies of it from the board. Pawns always move orthogonally forward towards their opponent's side of the board. If a diagonal space is directly in front of it, then it may travel to either of the two orthogonally forward spaces or capture forward, right, or left. En passant is allowed like normal. Pawns promote like normal when reaching any of their opponent's higher rank starting positions. Castling is allowed like normal by moving the king 2 spaces towards the rook, then the rook to the other side. You may castle even if your king is threatened, and you may castle through a threatened space. Kings may move to a threatened space. The first player to capture their opponent's king wins. Chess Up. This board will teach you how to play chess, or if you already know how to play, it will teach you new skills to improve your game if you want. Set up the board and turn on the unit. Set up the pieces like so, as you normally would, with the white pieces on the blue glowing squares and the black on the green. Touch or pick up a piece and its available moves will light up on the board. Move a piece to one of these spaces and it will update within the game board computer. Return a piece that you just moved back to its previous spot to undo your move. The king will flash red when in check. Press the settings button on either side to change the game settings for that side. The settings are player assist and AI level. Each notch increases the level for that setting. The player assist will highlight squares in different colors based on the level to help assist you in finding good moves. Purple always indicates your selected piece, then, based on the player assist level, the other meanings of the spaces are blunder, mistake, inaccuracy, good, excellent, best. The color code of red, blue, and green will change as indicated based on which level you select. The AI mode allows you to play against a computer. Its move will highlight in blue, indicating which piece you need to move. The glowing logo indicates the computer is calculating a move. The selected notches will increase the AI difficulty. Each notch is a level, and each level is the approximate ELO equivalent of that number multiplied by 100. Green is 1 to 6, blue is 7 to 12, purple is 13 to 18, orange is 19 to 24, and red is 25 to 30. You can adjust these settings during the middle of a game too for more dynamic play, and you can force the computer to do specific moves for you to practice against. The game board is equipped to provide up to Player Assist Level 3 and AI Level 12 without being connected to the app. Connect your phone to the board through the Chess Up app to increase the notches available for the Player Assist and AI difficulty. When connected to the app, you can play against other people online and review previously played games. There are also a host of lessons you can take to have the board help teach you concepts and techniques. Playing with Player Assist will teach you the game too. When a player is checkmated, the board will make this colored pattern. Stalemate is this color pattern, and 3-move repetition is this color pattern. Replace the pieces at any time to their starting locations to start a new game. You can calibrate the board by removing all the pieces, then holding down both settings buttons until the board lights turn off and the logo lights up. Once it finishes, you can place the pieces back on to play your game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Chess. Each player rolls a 20-sided die, and the high roll goes first. Re-roll on a tie. Before play begins, whoever is going second rolls 2 8-sided dice 5 times. If they do not roll an 8 at least once, then they immediately lose the game. During the game, on your turn, after you move, you and your opponent each roll a 10-sided die and compare the numbers. If you rolled a 9 and your opponent rolled a 0, then you instantly win the game. If your roll is equal to or greater than 5 times your opponent's roll, or if they rolled a 0 and you rolled a 1 through 8, then promote any one of your pawns to a queen. If you do not have any pawns on the board, then you may add a queen to any of your vacant pawn starting squares. Queens promoted or placed in this way are not taken from the pool of pieces your opponent has captured. If your roll is equal to or greater than 4 times your opponent's roll, then your opponent must skip their next turn and you move again. If your opponent is in check when their turn is skipped, then you win the game. If your roll is equal to or greater than 3 times your opponent's roll, then you may add any piece your opponent has already captured to any starting location for that piece type on your side of the board. Bishops are allowed to be on the same color. If your roll is greater than your opponent's but less than 3 times greater, then you may add any pawn piece your opponent has already captured to any vacant location on your second row. Pawns placed in this way are still allowed their double-step move option, and en passant is allowed like normal. If your rolls are equal, then nothing happens. If your roll is less than your opponent's, then you pick any piece of theirs that you have captured and return it to any of your opponent's vacant starting squares of the same piece type. Only one effect maximum can happen after each roll, and it must be the one with the highest value. If it is impossible to perform an effect, then that effect is skipped and nothing happens. If the roll calculation is a fraction, round down. The perspective of the end of the turn rolling effect is always from the player who just performed a move. You must perform the action even if you don't want to. Check and checkmate are only calculated after rolling. When you checkmate your opponent, you each roll a 12-sided die. If they roll a 12 and you roll a 1, then they win the game instead of you. If not, then you win. Pawnbarian. The object of the game is to eliminate all the monsters on each floor in the dungeon. Hover over anything to see a description. Each turn you will play cards from your hand to move your hero with the movement of the chess piece played. At the start of each turn, you will draw 3 cards and are allowed 2 moves. The number of moves you have is indicated by the yellow symbols below the bottom right of the board. Click a card, then the space on the board you want to move to. If you use a card with a lightning bolt symbol, you will gain an extra move and draw 1 card from your deck. The cards remaining in your deck are in the top left. If you run out of cards, then your discard becomes a new deck. Moving to an enemy space will attack and destroy it. However, some enemies have special abilities that make them harder to kill. If you play a card with a red splash symbol, then, after moving, you will attack each adjacent space as indicated by the pattern. Both patterns on a card mean you will attack every adjacent space. When you have completed your moves, your turn ends. If you are unable to complete moves or want to skip moves, click the End Turn button or press the spacebar. At the end of your turn, you discard all your remaining cards in your hand and then take damage as indicated by the red icon on the space you occupy. Each red line indicates 1 heart of damage. A skull indicates you will take 4 or more damage. If you play any cards with a shield on them, then you will be protected from 1 damage per shield you have until your next turn. After taking damage, if any, all the monsters will move. Then it is your turn. You do not take damage at the end of the turn when you win the floor. Pawn cards are not allowed an initial double-step move, nor en passant. If you are on the top row when you have a pawn in your hand, or if you have 3 pawns in your hand at the same time, then the rightmost pawn in your hand will promote to a queen until played or the end of the floor. The yellow bag in the top of the screen indicates how much gold you have, and everything to the right of it is the loot you will gain after winning the floor. The crystal heals 1 heart, and each yellow nugget is worth 1 gold. After each turn, 1 loot you would earn is lost. You also gain 1 gold for each monster you kill unless that monster was spawned from another monster. Gold in your bag is saved until you spend it. After each floor, you get to visit the shop and upgrade your cards by moving your hero to the desired upgrade. A heart upgrade increases your total number of hearts. Move to the stairs to begin the next floor. As you play, you can unlock more heroes with different cards and abilities. The Ouroboros King. The object of the game is to beat the final level. Hover your mouse over anything to see its description. The first time you play, your army will consist of a king, a bishop, a rook, and a knight. Once you have discovered enough new pieces, then, when starting a new run, you need to select your starting pieces. On the map screen, click on the army icon to rearrange your unit's starting positions. Click on a map node to begin battle. Click on a unit to select it, and click on a highlighted space to move it. Hover over a unit to see how it moves. Hover over a player's sword icon to see all of that player's available moves. There is no check or checkmate. Capture your opponent's king to clear the level. In the bottom, there are relics that give you permanent abilities and items you can consume for a one-time use advantage. Rock obstacles on the map prevent movement. Portals allow you to move between the two in the same relative direction. Bombs blow up every unit on every adjacent space. There is a gold reward for beating a level. The reward starts at 200 and decreases by 4 after each move. You can use gold to purchase items and upgrades. After winning a level, you then get rewarded based on the type of node you were at. Training grounds allow you to recruit a new unit. If you already have the maximum of 8 units, you will receive 350 gold instead. Armory allows you to upgrade your existing units, but not all units can be upgraded. If you have no available units to upgrade, you will receive 350 gold instead. Ruins allow you to gain a relic. The shop allows you to purchase items. The sacrificial obelisk will force you to decide between sacrificing a piece or a relic to get one that is much more powerful. There is no draw by move repetition or turn limit. If kings are the only pieces left on the board, or the AI decides that it is losing, it will offer you a draw. If you accept it, the level will end and you will not gain any gold or reward. If it is a boss's battle, then the level is replayed. Boss battles do not give rewards. If your king is captured, then you lose and must start the run over from the beginning. You can decrease the difficulty of the AI in the settings. After beating the game for the first time, you can increase the difficulty by adjusting the starting settings. Paco Saco. The object of the game is to be the first player to create a union between one of your pieces and your opponent's king. Pieces do not capture opponent's pieces. Instead, they form unions by connecting the pieces together on the same square. Pieces in unions may be moved by both players. However, each player may only move the union piece with the movement ability of the piece they control in the union. Union pieces may not join in union with other pieces, and pieces may not leave a union unless the union is taken over. To take over a union, move a piece that isn't in a union to a union space and replace your piece in that space with the new one. Now, immediately move that freed piece to another available space using its normal movement, which may include forming a new union or taking over another union. You can chain together as many takeover moves as you want that are available in a single turn. However, you may not endlessly chain an infinite loop. You are only allowed to take over a union with your own piece. You may not replace an opponent's piece. Pawns can only join a union with a diagonal attack move. If a pawn is returned to its starting first or second row, it regains its double-step move option. En passant is allowed like normal by creating a union on the passed-over space. A pawn already in a union may not perform en passant. Pawns in unions promote like normal regardless of which player moved them to their farthest row. The king is not allowed to create unions, take over existing unions, or partake in a union chain. When you threaten to unite with your opponent's king on the next turn, whether directly or through a chain, that king is in Saco. Players do not need to inform their opponent of Saco. If the threat of a union is inevitable, then the king is in Paco and they lose. Castling is allowed like normal so long as the king isn't in Sacco, passes through Sacco, or ends in Sacco. The first player to unite one of their pieces with their opponent's king wins. If it is impossible for either player to do this, then the game ends in a draw. Chestnut Air. Set up the board and launch the app on Android, iOS, Mac, or Windows. Turn on the board by holding down the power button until the green light turns on. In the app, connect to the board over Bluetooth in the top right, or you can use a wired connection. Once connected, begin a new game with your desired settings. When the game starts, if the pieces aren't arranged correctly, they will light up. Fix any corrections and the game begins. To move one of your pieces, pick it up, then set it down on its destination. The board automatically detects the locations of all the pieces based on unique built-in chips in each piece. Do not slide pieces when moving them, as you may accidentally trigger an unintended move. Your opponent's move will be indicated by lighting up the space of the piece and its destination. You then move that piece, then take your turn. The app will show the board positions in real time and can be used to reference moves, get hints, or switch sides for the pieces you are controlling. If you try and move a piece illegally, or accidentally move multiple pieces, return the pieces to their starting positions, then try again. All pieces in incorrect locations will light up. To castle, move the king and rook like you normally would, and the game will detect it. En passant is allowed like normal. At the end of the game, the board will light up all the pieces for the player who won. You can access stockfish analysis of your game within the app, as well as connect your board directly to your computer to control it. The independent piece recognition chips enable you to track specific pieces for detailed endgame analysis of specific pieces. The Chestnut Air can also record games locally between two players to be reviewed later. Set up the board without connecting it to a device, and when all the pieces are in the correct starting locations, the status light will turn on, indicating the game is ready. If you want to play with a custom starting setup, arrange the pieces however you like, then press the New Game button one time to begin play. After completing a game, press and hold the New Game button until it beeps to record the played game to storage, which you can then open on your computer to review. You can use the board editor to create a custom setup to then play against the computer. You can also play with other people online and connect to third-party accounts like Lichess or Chess.com. You can use the computer's live playback feature to get a lag-free digital display of the board for live chess events, or you can share a game's URL link to others so they can watch the game live online. To turn off the board, press and hold the power button until the green light turns off. Double Queen's Chess. The object of the game is to capture all your opponent's queens. There is no check or checkmate. During setup, replace each king with a queen. Pawns may promote to any piece, including a king. Queens may not castle. Queens may move to a threatened space and do not need to move if threatened. The first player to capture all their opponent's queens, including all pawns that were promoted to queens, wins. Double King's Chess. The object of the game is to capture all your opponent's kings. There is no check or checkmate. During setup, replace each queen with a king. Pawns may not promote to queens, but they may promote to a king. Kings may castle in either direction 2 spaces towards the rook, then the rook to the other side, so long as the spaces in between are vacant. You may castle a king, ignoring all threats. Kings may move to a threatened space and do not need to move if threatened. The first player to capture all their opponent's kings, including all pawns that were promoted to kings, wins. Sovereign Chess Arena. The rules are the same as regular Sovereign Chess except for these changes. Lay out the board and using the pieces from your Sovereign Chess game, place the colored pieces next to their matching spaces on the board, following the arrows for the knights' placements in the corners. Place pawns in front of their matching colors. Queens, bishops, and rooks may not travel more than 6 squares in a single turn, and they may not check a king that is greater than 6 squares away. Pawns promote when they reach the center 2x2 area. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Uno chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king. There is no check or checkmate. Get an Uno deck and remove all the 9s, 0s, and all the action and wild cards except for 1 reverse and draw 2 in each color, and all the regular wilds. Shuffle the deck and deal 7 cards to each player. Then place the deck face down next to the board as a draw deck. Flip over the top card to start a discard pile. If it is an action card, ignore that action. Players look at their own cards, but keep them hidden from their opponent. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must play 1 card from your hand to the top of the discard pile that matches that card's color, number, or symbol. If the top card is a wild, you can play any card on it. You may also play a wild onto any card. When you play a number card, move any corresponding chess piece as indicated by the number played. Numbers are referenced the same as standard chessboard notation, with A equals 1, ascending to H equals 8. The piece to be moved must be starting the turn on the same row or column as the number played. The card can reference any one of your pieces starting in the corresponding row or column. For example, if white played A2, that would be this row and column, allowing white to move any one of these pieces. The chosen piece then performs a standard chess move and your turn ends. If you are unable to play a card, or all your plays reference no pieces you can move, then you discard 1 card from your hand and end your turn without moving a piece. The discarded card is the new top card in the discard that must be matched. You must play a matching card to the discard if you can, even if you don't want to. After you end your turn, you then draw a new card from the deck. If the draw deck runs out of cards, shuffle all but the top card of the discard into a new draw deck. If you play a wild, you may move any one of your pieces that is anywhere on the board. If you play a reverse, then you undo your opponent's last chess move. You are allowed to undo the capture of any piece, including losing your king. If you play a draw 2, then you do not move a piece. Instead, draw 2 cards from the deck, then discard any 2 cards from your hand. You may pick which card is on top. The discarded numbers do not allow you to move pieces, and discarded actions are not activated. Then end your turn. That top card is the new card that must be matched to. Kings may move to a threatened space. To castle, you must play a card that targets your king, and you may castle through threats. En passant is allowed like normal. If you are down to your last piece, you must say Uno before the end of your turn. If you don't and your opponent catches you, then you instantly lose the game. Otherwise, the first player to capture their opponent's king without it being reversed wins. If both players each play 3 cards in a row and no chess piece on the board moves, then the game ends in a draw. Strategy. The object of the game is to get the most points. There is no checkmate. You earn points by capturing pieces and checking kings. Pawns are worth 1, knights and kings are worth 3, and bishops and sailboats are worth 5. Checking 2 enemy kings simultaneously is worth 1 point, and checking 3 kings simultaneously is worth 5. In the bottom left of the board, set up 4 red pawns on the second row. On the first, from left to right, set up sailboat, knight, bishop, king. Rotate this setup 90 degrees around the board with blue, yellow, and green, like so. The sailboat moves like a rook. Red goes first, then play proceeds clockwise. Pawns may still only move forward in the direction away from their rear rank starting pieces, towards the far side of the board, capturing diagonally forward. Pawns may not perform their initial double-step move, therefore en passant is not allowed. Pawns must promote to a rook when they reach the far side of the board. Castling is not allowed. Kings may move to a threatened space, and they do not need to move out of check. Once your king is captured, your turns are skipped. All your pieces remain on the board and are considered dead. Dead pieces no longer move, cannot be passed through, but they can still be captured. Capturing dead pieces earns 0 points, except for kings, which still yield 3. The game ends once 3 kings have been captured, then the player with the most points wins, even if their king had been captured. Alternatively, if you are so far ahead in points, you can claim victory and end the game, earning 3 points for every remaining king on the board. If the remaining material on the board and the current scores determine it is only possible for one player to win, then the game ends automatically. Players are not allowed to team up or work together or suggest moves or strategy. The player with the most points at the end wins. Nightmare Chess. Shuffle the deck and deal it out to the players. Each player now constructs a deck from their cards equaling 150 points or less. Each card's point value is in the top right. If the value has a red asterisk, then that card is considered unique. If you are playing with multiple decks, you may not have more than one copy of a unique card in your deck. Once each player's deck is constructed, the remaining unused cards are set aside and will not be used. Pick a player to go first, then turns alternate. Each player now shuffles their deck, then draws 5 cards, forming their hand. On each of your and your opponent's turns, you are allowed to play one card if you want and it allows. At the bottom of every card is text indicating when and how that card may be played. You may never play more than one card on your turn or on your opponent's turn. You may choose to play no cards on your turn if you want. When you play a card, put it in your own discard pile and then perform the described action immediately. Some cards are continuous effects and remain in play to the right of the board instead of going to the discard pile. In those cases, those cards remain active until their end condition is met, they are discarded by another card, or the game ends. After you play and perform a card's effect, draw cards from your deck until you are back up to 5. When you run out of cards in your deck, then no longer draw and continue to play with the cards remaining in your hand. When you run out of cards in your hand, then continue the game as you would in traditional chess while incorporating any continuous effect cards that are in play. Some cards transform pieces. Unless the card specifies otherwise, a transformed piece can still be affected by cards that target the original piece name. If a transformed piece is captured but immediately rescued on that turn or the following one, then that transformed piece retains its special powers, but if it is rescued on a later turn, then it is returned to its original type of piece. After you move a piece without playing a card, you are allowed to discard one card from your hand, if you want, to draw a replacement. Cards discarded in this way are not activated, and you may not discard a card on your opponent's turn. Except for continuous effect cards, no card may directly cause a checkmate or capture a king. This rule takes precedent over every other rule or anything on a card. If a played card would break this rule, then that card has no effect, but is considered played. So you can't force your opponent to move a piece so they are in checkmate, but you could use a piece with transformed movement to checkmate your opponent. Cards that limit movement can be used to remove the threat of check or checkmate. The checkmate rule trumps every other rule. When a card conflicts with the regular rules of chess, the card overrules it. If 2 cards conflict with each other, then the card most recently played overrules the other, and that card is discarded if it isn't already. In the bottom center of the card's image are symbols indicating what type of pieces are affected. The symbols are pawn, rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, all, and special. Some special terminology on the cards to know is: adjacent squares are all squares orthogonally and diagonally around the target square. A legal move is a move that follows all normal chess rules and any active cards. Lost pieces are the same as captured pieces. Dead pieces are removed and set aside and may not return to play. Move can refer to either a player's turn and/or the play of a card, or it can refer to the movement of an individual piece. Unless the card specifies that the move must be legal, then the move can be illegal as specified on the card. Piece includes pawns. Regular card is any card without a continuous effect. Replace means to remove a piece from play and put another piece in its place. Return means to take a piece that had been captured and put it back in play. Swap means to exchange the position of two pieces on the board. A transformed piece is one that has been given a new name and new powers by a continuing effect card. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Some variants you can play are: before beginning, discard the top 15 to 20 cards of the deck before each player builds their personal decks. Instead of using personal decks, have one central deck both players draw and discard to. In this variant, you are allowed to discard a card on your opponent's turn in addition to on your own to draw a replacement. If one player is stronger than the other at regular chess, then adjust the deck building values so the better player has a smaller number and the weaker player has a larger one. Finally, you can play with multiple sets of the game where either each player makes their own deck from their own set, or you combine the two sets together. Pawns of Power Chess. Using paper or the SSS Games web program, players may only perform moves based on how much power they have. At the start of the game, each player begins with 0 power. At the beginning of each of your turns, for each pawn and promoted pawn you have in play, you receive plus 0.5 power. Tap the app to give yourself the correct amount of power based on your pawn count. You may not have more than 10 total power. In order to move a piece, you must spend 1 full power per space it moves. If you don't have enough power to move a piece, you may not move it. Half powers cannot be used. You are not allowed to move a piece a distance that is greater than the amount of power you have available. Therefore, you do not check or checkmate a king if you would not have enough power on your next turn. A knight always uses exactly 3 power to move, and castling requires enough power to move both the king and rook the total number of spaces, either 4 or 5 power depending on which side you castle. If you don't have enough power to perform a move, or you choose not to move, then your turn is skipped and your opponent goes. If you are in check and don't have enough power to move your king, then you lose. If both players run out of pawns and promoted pawns, then the game ends in a draw. Spell chess. The object of the game is to checkmate or capture your opponent's king. Before you make a move, there are 2 spells you can use if you want: Jump and Freeze. Jump allows you to target any piece on the board. For your next move and your opponent's next move, that piece may be passed through by other pieces. Freeze allows you to target a 3x3 area and prevent all pieces in that area from moving during your current turn and your opponent's next turn. You can use this spell to escape check or checkmate if you want. When it is your turn again, those pieces may move again. Frozen spaces may be passed through and frozen pieces may be captured. If your king is not frozen, but your rook is, you are still allowed to castle. Each spell has a number indicating how many times you can use it each game. After you use a spell, there is a 3-turn cooldown you must wait before you can use it again. You can only use a maximum of 1 spell per turn. You do not have to respond to check or checkmate if you can capture the enemy king. The first player to capture or checkmate their opponent wins. Noble Celts, also called siege chess, lay out the playing mat. Each space is considered orthogonally adjacent to the next space above, below, right, and left of it. Spaces are diagonally connected by following the ropes. Place a light queen on a light space in the innermost ring and the dark queen directly opposite it on a dark square in the outermost ring. Then, clockwise from there, set up king, bishop, knight, rook, rook, knight, bishop. Place matching pawns in front of those pieces. Diagonal movement must go in a single direction towards the inside or outside of the board. You cannot change mid-move. Vertical movement goes up and down a column of spaces. Horizontal movement goes around the ring of spaces. You are not allowed to perform an infinite move nor stop on the same space you started on. The middle circle is not a space, and you cannot pass through it. En passant is allowed like normal. You may castle like normal by moving your king 2 spaces towards either rook, then move the rook to the other side. You are also allowed to castle with either rook in either direction, giving you 4 possibilities for castling. You are not allowed to move a piece to the space you just moved it from in the previous turn. If this is your only legal move, then you forfeit the game. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Wizard's Chess. The object of the game is to checkmate or spellmate your opponent. Shuffle the spell deck and deal 2 cards face down to each player. Players look at their own spell cards but keep them hidden from their opponent. At the start of your turn, if you hold less than 5 spell cards in your hand, then you draw 1 spell card. On your turn, instead of moving a piece, you may cast a spell, cancel a spell, or counter a spell. To cast a spell, lay the card you wish to cast face up on the table and indicate which piece is performing the spell. There are 3 spellcaster ranks: Apprentice, Conjurer, and Wizard. Pawns are rank Apprentice. Knights, bishops, and rooks are rank Conjurer. Queens and kings are rank Wizard. Each spell card indicates the caster's location on a 5x5 reference board. The highlighted squares indicate the range of the spell. The Apprentice can only target the lightest colored squares. The Conjurer can target the 2 lighter shades of colored squares. The Wizard can target any colored square. Spells can affect 1 or more pieces on the board. Whenever multiple pieces are within range of a spell, then the piece with the lowest rank is targeted first. Ranks from lowest to highest are Pawn, Knight, Bishop, Rook, Queen, King. If multiple pieces of the same rank are targeted, then the caster picks which ones are targeted. Spells do not affect friendly pieces. After you cast your spell, your turn ends, but the spell is not resolved, and no pieces are removed yet. Your opponent's turn begins with drawing a card, and they can now use their turn to either cancel the spell, counter it, sacrifice, or ignore it. You may not move a targeted piece out of range to protect it. To cancel a spell, the defending player must play an opposing spell of the opposite element of equal or greater value as indicated by the spell card's value number in the top right. 1 is the highest value and 9 is the lowest. If the spell is cancelled, then discard both spell cards and nothing happens. Pieces may use any spell card to cancel with, regardless of that targeted piece's caster rank. To counter a spell, you must play a card with the same name that is of a different element. When you do, you discard the original spell, and now your piece that had been targeted uses the spell you played for the counter back against your opponent, targeting the lowest rank piece. If you had countered a spell that was targeting multiple pieces, then the highest rank piece is the one to perform the counter spell. Your turn then ends, and your opponent goes with the same options to respond. Card levels 7 to 9 cannot be countered. To sacrifice, move a lower rank piece than what your opponent's spell is currently targeting into the spell's range to force the spell to recalculate its targets. When done correctly, the lower rank piece will be hit instead of a higher rank one. Your turn ends, and the spell resolves by removing the proper pieces from the board in the targeted area, and the spell is discarded. In order to sacrifice, the piece must use its traditional chess move and not a spell move. The final option is to ignore it. In this case, after drawing, remove the targeted pieces from play and discard your opponent's spell. Then, you perform the rest of your turn like you normally would. You are allowed to ignore a spell even if you could have cancelled, countered, or sacrificed. Whenever your king is targeted by a spell, it is considered to be in check. If you cannot protect the king from this spell, then it is spellmate and your opponent wins. There are 2 special spells in each element that allows the king to escape check or checkmate. Only the king can use those cards to escape capture. Once a card is played, you may not take it back to do something different. If the draw deck runs out of cards, do not shuffle it into a new draw deck, but continue playing without drawing new cards. The first player to checkmate or spellmate their opponent wins. The free castling rule. Before playing a game of chess, you can agree to this rule variant. When castling, the king may be placed on any square up to and including the rook's square, and vice versa. The king and rook must still end up swapping sides, and you cannot castle with a rook on one side of the board in the opposite direction towards the other side of the board. Finally, check may not be given by castling. Face-off chess. Kings are not allowed to be orthogonally across each other, either vertically or horizontally, without a piece in between. Doing so is illegal and not a valid move, so a player would be unable to move the sole piece in between two kings. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Argentinian chess, also called Arges, in the bottom left corner, set up 4 of white's pawns on the 4th row. Below that, from left to right, set up rook, knight, pawn, pawn. Then, bishop, queen, knight, pawn. Then, king, bishop, rook, pawn. For black, on white's farthest row, from left to right, set up rook, pawn, 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 knight, bishop, king. Then, down the far right column, bishop, knight, pawn, 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 rook. Place black's queen in the top right adjacent to the king. Black goes first, then turns alternate. Pawns move 1 square orthogonally, but capture 1 square diagonally. Pawns may not perform their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns promote when they reach any one of their opponent's king or bishop starting squares. Castling is not allowed. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. A la pawn. The object of the game is to be the first player to promote a pawn or to capture all your opponent's pawns first. There is no check or checkmate. The capture of a king does not end the game. You are not allowed to castle. Pawns are not allowed their double-step move. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns are allowed to move and capture diagonally forward in addition to their normal forward movement. During 3 and 50 move repetition, instead of the game ending in a draw, both players remove the pieces they last moved from the board. Chaz chess. Set up only pawns and a king for each side. In addition to their normal movement, pawns are allowed to move backwards 1 square, but they may not capture backwards, nor capture diagonally backwards. Pawns may not double-step move backwards. Your pawns are allowed to move to your first row if you want. Anytime your pawn is on your first or second row, it may perform a double-step move if you want, even if that pawn has already moved or performed a double-step move. En passant is allowed from either row. When your pawn reaches the far side of the board, it may only promote to a knight, bishop, or rook, but not a queen. Forward chess. The object of the game is to be the first player to checkmate their opponent, move their king to the opposite side of the board, or stalemate their opponent. All pieces, except for pawns, can move and capture normally in a forward and side-to-side direction, but not backwards. Instead, these pieces may only move backwards 1 square to the spot directly behind them in a non-capturing move. Pieces are ranked from high to low as followed: queen, rook, bishop, knight, pawn. When a piece is captured, a piece of the next lower rank belonging to the capturing player is created on the square where the capturing piece started its move. When a pawn is captured, no piece is created. A pawn on the first row is not allowed to double-step move. A created pawn on the second row, or a pawn that moved up from the first row, is allowed to double-step move. En passant is allowed like normal. A pawn created on the 8th row does not promote automatically, but its owner can promote it on a future turn instead of moving. Pawns that move to the 8th row promote immediately like normal. When determining check, a capture and a resulting piece creation are considered to be a single move. For example, if a knight is pinned by a bishop, it is allowed to capture a non-pawn piece to create a piece that blocks the check. Castling is not allowed. If you are stalemated, then you lose. If you make a triple repetition of moves, then you lose. If you move your king to a safe square on the opposite side of the board, then you immediately win, even if your opponent could move their king to their opposite side on their next turn. Chosen chess. The object of the game is to capture your opponent's king or stalemate your opponent. There is no check or checkmate. Kings are allowed to move to a threatened space. On each player's first turn, they choose one of their pieces and place a marker on it. Now, on all future turns, you must move your piece with the marker on it, then select any new different piece and place the marker on that one. You may not place the marker on the exact same piece you just moved, but you could place it on the same piece type for another piece you did not move. To castle, you must choose the king for the move. You are allowed to castle when your king is threatened, and you may castle through a threatened square. You must move the marked piece. If you are unable to do so, then you lose the game. At the end of your turn, if you are unable to choose a new different piece, then you lose. The first player to stalemate or capture their opponent's king wins. An alternative rule you can play with is to have the piece selection process hidden from your opponent by writing down the chosen piece's coordinates on a paper each turn, then revealing it. Chess-a-pawn. The object of the game is to be the first player to promote any piece without it immediately being captured, or stalemate your opponent. There is no check or checkmate, therefore, a king may move to a threatened space. Each piece is a pawn in addition to its ordinary piece type, so no piece is allowed to move backwards. Also, pieces that can move sideways may only do so with a capturing move. Knights can move one square forward without capturing, and capture one square diagonally forward, in addition to their normal chess move. Bishops gain the ability to move, without capturing, one square forward. Rooks gain the ability to capture, but not move, diagonally forward one square. All rear rank pieces are allowed to use the pawn's initial double step move if you want. En passant can be performed against any piece that uses their pawn's double step move by any piece using its diagonal forward capture. If a king is captured, the game continues like normal. You are not allowed to castle. The first player to promote a piece without it immediately being captured wins. If you are stalemated, then you lose. Cruise pawns. In addition to their normal movement, pawns are cruise missiles that can fire across the board. To do so, on your turn, you must pick a pawn that you didn't move in your previous turn, and that pawn may not be on its starting square. Now, move that pawn up to 7 squares forward towards an opponent's piece. You are allowed to change direction and move to the side, but this is limited to 1 square at a time. You cannot travel sideways multiple squares in a row, but after moving forward again, you can then move sideways 1 square again. They may not travel diagonally. Cruise pawns are allowed to travel through friendly pieces, but may not end their turn on a friendly piece nor on an empty square. They may not travel through an opponent's piece. When the cruise pawn reaches the first enemy piece, it blows up, and both the cruise pawn and the enemy piece are removed from the board. You are also allowed to self-immolate and choose to move 0 spaces, targeting no enemy piece but instead just removing the cruise pawn from the board. Each square entered by a cruise pawn, except its starting and ending squares, leave it open to being shot down. As you move your cruise pawn, you must move it slowly 1 square at a time. If the defending player has a way of attacking the space the pawn moves to in its journey, they may do so and capture the cruise pawn while en route, moving their piece to that space and removing the cruise pawn from the board. Shooting down a cruise pawn does not cause it to destroy the piece that captured it. You may not shoot down a cruise pawn if the move is illegal, for example, if it would expose you to check. You may also not shoot down a cruise pawn after it has passed the square and moved on to the next one. You may ask your opponent to wait while you think, but they do not need to indicate the final target of the cruise pawn. After firing a cruise pawn, your turn ends and your opponent goes. Cruise pawns may not attack friendly pieces. Cruise pawns promote like normal when performing a standard pawn move to the opposite side of the board. Once promoted, they lose their cruise pawn ability. 12 sharp chess. Lay out a 12 by 12 plus shaped board with a dark square in the bottom right. Set up each player's pawns on their third row. On their second row, from left to right, set up knight, bishop, archbishop, archbishop, bishop, knight. On their first row, rook, chancellor, king, queen, chancellor, rook. The red player goes first, then play proceeds counterclockwise. The archbishop has the combined moves of a bishop and knight. The chancellor has the combined moves of a rook and knight. No piece may move or capture diagonally through any of the 4 inside corners of the board. Each player's 3 by 6 starting area is called their camp. No piece may use a knight move to move from one camp to another camp in a single move. Pawns promote upon reaching their 9th row. En passant is allowed like normal for the opponent directly across from you. Castling is not allowed. You are checkmated when the player who is about to move is threatening your king. You lose and remove all your pieces from the board. Then the player who mated you continues their turn as normal. You are allowed to move into check, and you do not need to move your king out of check if you don't want to. The last player remaining wins. Emulation chess. Pieces do not move based on their type, but rather based on any piece from either player that is adjacent to it. For example, the pawn in this setup would be allowed to move as a rook or knight, but it would be unable to capture the knight as there is no adjacent pawn. Pieces adjacent to pawns are allowed to use a double-step move so long as that pawn is on its starting square or the piece performing the move is on its own second row. En passant and castling are not allowed. Pawns promote like normal when reaching the back row, even if they used a non-pawn move to get there. Pieces that are not adjacent to other pieces may not move, but they can still be captured. If all your pieces are isolated and unable to move, then you stalemate and you lose the game. Kings are allowed to check enemy kings, so long as they aren't attacked back. The first player to checkmate or stalemate their opponent wins. Contrast chess. Whenever a lighter colored piece is on a lighter colored square, or a darker colored piece is on a darker colored square, those pieces are considered strong. If they are on their opposite color, then the pieces are considered weak. Strong pieces gain new capabilities, while weak pieces receive limitations. Unless specifically stated, all pieces can capture to any square they can move to. A strong king may move up to 2 squares in any direction in a straight line. A strong king is allowed to pass through a threatened space, but not end on a threatened space. A weak king may not move diagonally, but only orthogonally 1 square. A strong queen, in addition to its normal movement, gains the ability to capture an opponent's piece that is adjacent to it without moving to that square. A weak queen may only move up to 2 squares in any direction in a straight line. A strong rook has its normal movement plus the ability to move as a knight. A weak rook may only move up to 2 squares orthogonally. A strong bishop has its normal movement plus the ability to move 1 square diagonally, then move 1 square at a 90-degree angle from that one. The bishop does not jump to this square, a path must be vacant. A weak bishop can only move up to 2 squares in any diagonal direction. A strong knight has its normal movement plus the ability to jump over exactly 1 square in a diagonal direction. A weak knight is not allowed to perform its L jump move, but instead can only move orthogonally 1 square. A strong pawn has its normal movement plus the ability to capture 1 square in front of it as well as move diagonally forward. Strong pawns are allowed an initial double-step move diagonally forward in a straight line. If they pass through a space another strong pawn could capture, that pawn may perform en passant. A weak pawn may only move, without capturing, 1 square forward. It may not capture diagonally forward. A weak pawn may also not perform its initial double-step move. This variant can also be applied to any chess variant that uses standard chess pieces if you want. Checker pawn chess. Replace each player's pawns with checkers. Checkers move one space diagonally forward towards their opponent's side of the board. Checkers capture by jumping an enemy piece and landing on a vacant square beyond that piece in a straight line. You do not have to jump if you don't want to. If, after jumping, your checker has another available jump, you may perform it immediately. You are allowed to string together as many legal jumps as you want in a single turn. When your checker reaches the opposite side of the board, you may promote it to a queen or a checker king.
A checker king is not royal and is not checked or checkmated.
Instead, it has the same movement and capture rules as a regular checker, except it can move forwards and backwards. Four Seasons chess.
On the bottom left first row, set up the blue pieces from left to right, king, rook, pawn.
Second row, knight, elephant, pawn. Third row, pawn, pawn. Mirror this setup for the three other players in the other corners. The elephant jumps 2 spaces diagonally over any piece in the way. Each player's 2 sets of pawns move in perpendicular directions towards their opponents. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move, therefore en passant is not allowed.
When a pawn reaches the edge of the board, it promotes to a general.
Generals move 1 space diagonally. Castling is not allowed.
Blue moves first, then play proceeds counterclockwise. Your king cannot capture a piece that is protected by any enemy piece.
When you are checkmated, you lose and are eliminated from the game. Remove your king from the board, and the player who mated you gains control of your pieces.
Pawns still continue in their original direction.
If you are stalemated, then you lose and all your pieces are removed from the board. The last player remaining wins. Shako. Lay out a 10 by 10 board. On white's third row, set up pawns. On their second, from left to right, set up elephant, rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, bishop, knight, rook, elephant. On their first row, place cannons in the corners. Mirror this setup for black. The cannon moves like a rook, but it does not capture like a rook. Instead, it must jump over exactly 1 piece from either player, then it continues moving in a straight line and captures the first enemy piece it moves into. The cannon may not capture a piece without jumping over another piece, nor may it jump over another piece without capturing a piece. The elephant moves 1 or 2 squares diagonally, jumping over any piece in its path. Pawns are still allowed their initial double-step move option. En passant is allowed like normal.
Pawns promote like normal when they reach their farthest row.
Pawns are allowed to promote to an elephant or cannon. 16 Seasons chess.
Lay out a 10 by 10 board with the 4 center squares marked. On the bottom left first row, set up the blue pieces from left to right,
king, rook, bishop, frog. Second row, rook, queen, empty, knight. Third row, bishop, empty, Alibaba, elephant. Fourth row, frog, knight, elephant. Mirror this setup for the 3 other players in the other corners. The elephant jumps exactly 2 spaces diagonally over any piece in the way. The frog jumps exactly 2 spaces horizontally or vertically over any piece in the way. The Alibaba has the combined moves of the elephant and frog.
The blue player goes first, then play proceeds counterclockwise.
You are not allowed to double-step move, en passant, or castle. The center 4 squares of the board are called the United Nations Protectorate. Pieces in the Protectorate may not be captured, nor can those pieces capture other pieces when moving from the Protectorate. A piece may not perform a capturing move if it slides through or jumps over a Protectorate square. Kings are not threatened through the Protectorate. Kings may not enter the Protectorate. While a piece is in the Protectorate, it gains the ability that it may move to any other vacant square in the Protectorate. This allows pieces to change colors they would normally be bounded to. A player is checkmated when their king is threatened by the player about to move. When you are checkmated, you lose and your pieces are removed from the board. Then, the checkmating player makes a move. The last player remaining wins. Sack chess. Lay out a 10 by 10 board. Place white's pawns on their third row. On their second row, from left to right, set up judge, rook, knight, bishop, queen, king, bishop, knight, rook, judge. And on the third row, chancellor, archbishop, sailor, amazon, missionary, missionary, amazon, sailor, archbishop, chancellor. Mirror this setup for black. The judge moves like a knight and king. The chancellor moves like a knight and rook. The archbishop moves like a knight and bishop. The sailor moves like a rook and king. The amazon moves like a knight and queen. The missionary moves like a bishop and king. Pawns are still allowed their double-step move option, and en passant is allowed like normal. Pawns still promote when reaching the farthest row, and they are allowed to promote to any new piece if you want. Castling is allowed like normal. It just happens on your second row instead of your first. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Knight pawn chess. Replace each knight with a knight pawn. Knight pawns have the combined movement ability of a knight and a pawn. When using their knight movement, they have no restriction about only moving forward. They are allowed an initial double-step move if you want. If they do, they are vulnerable to be captured by en passant. Knight pawns may also perform en passant against a pawn or knight pawn that performs a double-step move, but they may only do so with a forward diagonal capture and not a knight move. Knight pawns do not promote when reaching the far side of the board. Pawns are allowed to promote to a knight pawn if you want, but not a regular knight. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chess Olympic, the object of the game is to be the first player to checkmate your opponent's super king. Replace each queen with an amazon and each king with a super king. Amazons have the combined movement of a queen and knight. Super kings have the combined movement of a king and knight. Super kings are allowed to castle. Super kings have all the same rules as a regular king regarding check and checkmate, except with this additional rule. You are allowed to move your super king to attack your opponent's super king so long as your super king is protected by a friendly piece. When you do this, your opponent's super king may not attack your super king, and it is treated as a check or checkmate and must be responded to accordingly. When a white pawn is on the 4th to 8th row, or a black pawn is on the 1st to 5th row, then those pawns have the ability to move backwards one square, but they may not capture backwards. When a pawn reaches its farthest row, it may promote to a piece your opponent has already captured, including an amazon. You do not need to promote a pawn on the farthest row if you don't want to or can't. In such a case, you can promote it on either player's future turn when a piece is available and you choose to. Doing so does not count as your move. The first player to checkmate their opponent's super king wins. Crown Prince chess. During setup, replace each player's knight on their lighter square with a crown prince. The crown prince moves one square in any direction, but it may not capture any piece nor be captured. If you move your crown prince to the opposite side of the board, then you win. Pawns may not promote to the crown prince. The first player to checkmate their opponent or get their crown prince to the opposite side of the board wins. Chess 2000. During setup for white, replace their left side rook and knight with a chancellor and archbishop. Mirror this setup for black. The chancellor has the combined moves of a rook and knight. The archbishop has the combined moves of a bishop and knight. Pawns are allowed to promote to these new pieces if you want. Schachlem, also called chessme, the object of the game is to checkmate your opponent's king. Pick a color, and each player takes the matching pieces. Each player takes 4 pawns and their king, and places them in front of themselves like so, with kings across from each other and 2 empty tile spaces in between the pawns. The table playing area is made up of a virtual grid of squares that has no boundaries. Each player shuffles their remaining tiles and places them in their own face-down draw deck in front of them. Each player draws the top 3 tiles from their draw deck, looking at their own tiles while keeping them hidden from their opponent. The player with the white tiles goes first, then turns alternate. On your turn, you must first move one of your tiles in play. Tiles move as indicated by their chess icon with the following exceptions. You are not allowed to castle, double step move, or en passant. The king is not allowed to move backwards except when capturing an opponent's piece. Pieces can only move to an available empty space so long as that space is adjacent to another piece. You are always allowed to capture an enemy piece, even if it would make it so your piece isn't adjacent to another. Pawns promote when they reach the same row or farther as your opponent's king if you want. But they may only promote to any one of your previously captured pieces. If no piece is available, the pawn moves without promoting, but can promote on a future turn by moving forward past the row of the king. Moving the king to a row with an opponent's pawn does not cause that pawn to promote. After you move a piece, you may then play a piece from your hand if you want. Pawns play to an empty space to the right or left of one of your pawns currently in play. All other pieces play to a free space directly behind one of your pawns. If you don't have any pawns, then you may not play pieces. You are not allowed to escape check by placing a piece. Placing a pawn on the same row as your opponent's king does not cause it to promote. After you play a piece, you draw a replacement tile from your deck. You may never have more than 3 tiles in your hand. Once your draw deck runs out of tiles, you no longer draw. If your king is threatened, called check, then you must make a legal move to escape the threat. If you can't, then you lose. If you are unable to make any legal move and your king is not in check, then the game ends in a draw. Cavalry chess. Replace every piece with a cavalry version of itself. Cavalry pawns move like regular pawns, except they may also jump like a knight in a forward direction. En passant captures can only be made when the target uses a double-step move and the capturing piece uses a forward diagonal capture. Cavalry pawns promote like normal to any other cavalry piece except for the king. Cavalry knights may move like a traditional knight, as well as jump in a 3x1 L and a 2x3 L. Cavalry bishops have the combined movement of a bishop and knight. Cavalry rooks have the combined movement of a rook and knight. Cavalry queens have the combined movement of a queen and knight. Cavalry kings can move up to 2 squares in a straight line in any direction. The cavalry king may move through check, but may not end in check. And it also has the jumping moves of a knight. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Advanced chess. During setup, replace pawns from left to right as so: tower, squire, cleric, princess, princess, cleric, squire, tower. All the new pieces promote when reaching the farthest row. The tower moves and captures 1 space forward, backwards, left, or right. The tower promotes to a rook. The squire has the forward movement of a knight, like so. The squire promotes to a knight. The cleric moves and captures 1 space diagonally. The cleric promotes to a bishop. The princess moves and captures 1 square in any direction. The princess promotes to a queen. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chaturanga. Replace bishops with elephants and the queen with a minister. The elephant jumps 2 squares diagonally, leaping over any piece in the way. The minister moves and captures to any diagonal adjacent space. Pawns are not allowed their initial double-step move option. Therefore, en passant is not allowed. Pawns must promote to a minister when reaching the far side of the board. If a player is stalemated, then they win. Fish chess. Replace pawns with fish. Fish move the same as pawns, except they may also move, without capturing, backwards 1 square. Fish can perform a double-step move when on their first or second row, regardless if they have moved previously. En passant from either double-step location is allowed. Fish promote like a normal pawn when reaching the farthest row. Golem chess. Replace queens with golems. Golems move up to 2 squares in a straight line in any direction. It takes 2 captures in order to remove a golem from the board. The first capture removes the capturing piece from the board, and the defending golem is marked. When captured again, the golem is removed and the capturing piece takes its spot. If an unmarked golem captures another unmarked golem, then the capturing golem is marked and the other is removed from the board. However, golems may not capture an opposing golem if it is 2 squares away and protected by another piece, unless there is no other legal move. Additionally, when you capture an opponent's golem, then, on their very next turn, your opponent may not capture a golem you control with any piece that is not a golem. Pawns may promote to a golem, or may still promote to a queen if you want. The first player to checkmate their opponent wins. Chestnut Evo. For fast offline solo play, select Bot Match from the main screen. At the top, pick the type of AI opponent you want to play against, then the variant you want. If you pick Board Editor, you can configure any setup you want by placing the pieces on the board, picking which color has the current move, and whether or not players can still castle. Below that, pick which color you will control. Then, select the AI difficulty, add a time control, and adjust the AI search depth if you want. Then, hit Start to begin. When playing, the computer will light up the squares to indicate its move along with a spoken audio command. Control the volume with the side buttons. You can use the Analysis toggle to display a score line graph, providing additional information about the game's progression. The Evaluate toggle lights up spaces on the board when you pick up one of your pieces to assist you in determining a good move. The Light Bulb button gives you a hint for a good move by lighting it up on the board. The flag allows you to surrender the current game. To stop a game, tap the back arrow and save your progress to resume later. On the main screen, swipe from the left to sign in to your Chestnut account. This unlocks more features. Online Match allows you to connect with multiple chess platforms to play against other people over the internet using the Chestnut Vision feature to control the game with your physical pieces. The Analysis mode allows you to set up any specific scenario to get specific AI engine insight into the best next move. Engine mode allows you to download new AI engines to use for playing, and you can even train a brand new engine to fit a specific style or difficulty. Career mode allows you to progress through a new career and improve your elo with dynamically matched AI to fit your level based on your performance. Record mode allows you to revisit previously played games to either continue where you left off or for more in-depth analysis. The Chestnut Evo allows you to play out any endgame scenario you want. Each chess piece is equipped with its own chip, enabling the device to recognize the position of the pieces instantly. This eliminates the need to set up the board from scratch and makes it easier to study chess positions and analyze game sequences. Corner King Plunder Chess. The rules are the same as regular plunder chess, except for these changes. The object of the game is to capture one of your opponent's kings, then checkmate their remaining king. During setup, each player removes their 2 center pawns, then sets up their rear rank pieces from left to right as follows: king, queen, knight, space space, rook, bishop, king. Take note that the player's pieces do not mirror each other. While you have 2 kings on the board, there is no check or checkmate, treating kings like any other piece. When one of your kings is captured, the capturing piece may plunder the king vest if you want. Plundered king vests follow the same requirements as normal vests and grant the movement ability of the king. Kings are not allowed to castle, and you may not castle with a king vest move. Once one of your kings has been captured, then your remaining king must follow the normal check and checkmate rules. Pawns are still not allowed to promote to a king. Vest shifting plunder chess. The rules are the same as regular plunder chess, except for these changes. During your turn, instead of moving a piece, you may choose to vest shift. Vest shifting allows you to either move a vest from one of your pieces to any other one of your pieces, giving the vest to the piece without one, or swapping a piece already with a vest. After vest shifting, your turn ends and the next player goes. When playing with vest shifting, there is no longer the requirement for a plundered vest to benefit a piece. For example, pawns can plunder pawn vests.